hope that everybody can hear me because I've got a lot to say. And we're going to hope that everybody is having a good day. People have noted very correctly that over the last couple of days, I've been quite angry on this stream, and we're going to talk about why that is, and we're going to talk about why I'm so upset. We're going to talk about why I think Freemasonry, even though it's a good thing for it to exist, even though I hope that it continues to exist, even though, pick your term, I'm not necessarily Christian, even though I pray that it continues to exist, even though I think the world is better with Freemasonry in it and worse with Freemasonry out of it, I don't know if Freemasonry deserves to continue. And we're going to talk about why I think that is. I'm going to be doing this stream a little bit different. Your local Spurs fan, welcome. Thank you for being here. And Douglas, thank you for being here. I'm going to give this 5 minutes or so to say hello to people, but this is going to be a little bit different than normal. I did turn off, I believe, monetization, which means there shouldn't be any advertisements during what is going to be my rant, my screed, pick your term. I'm not going to be requesting, super chats or telling people to like and subscribe. If you want to give me a super chat, by all means, I'd be much obliged. And if you want to compliment my haircut, I'd be much obliged. And if you want to subscribe and like, I'd be much obliged as well. But that's not what this stream is about. Also, I'm probably not going to be responding to comments in the chat as much as I normally do. I will say, though, right now, thank you to everybody who does put in the chat. And by all means, if you think I'm full of shit, then put that in the chat. If you think I'm correct, you can put that in the chat. You don't have to. You can say whatever you want in the chat, including that you think I'm full of shit. I don't really care. I welcome it and thank you if you do so, because it means you're interacting and it means you care. And if we ever do have any technical difficulties during the stream, I promise you that's not the Masons coming to shut me down. It's just technical difficulties. I will restart the stream. I'm going to be speaking mostly from my heart. I didn't prepare a ton of statements. I generally know what I want to say. And Peter, hello. And it's gonna perhaps at times get emotional, because I think emotion is called for. I'll try not to raise my voice. Because I don't want to yell at anybody in the stream, but also I don't want my neighbors rushing over to see how things are going with me. And look, I speak exclusively and singularly for myself. The reason I called this channel Square and Compass Promotions and not the Square and Compasses Promotions, I kept Compass singular, is because I wanted to make it clear that what I say and what I think and what I talk about is not under the auspices of any Grand Lodge or any Masonic jurisdiction. That's also why I have on every description to my videos, including this one, a note, a disclaimer that my views are exclusively my own. So to all the people who keep saying it's Square and Compasses, not Square and Compass, shut up. I know it's Square and Compasses, although many people use the term Square and Compass, and they use it colloquially. It's very commonly used. There's even a few magazines out there called Square and Compass, but I did it to say this is me speaking. It's always me speaking, and this is me speaking once again. So these views are completely my own. People may agree with them. They may disagree with them. Masons may agree with them. Masons may disagree with them. But it's my opinion. And it's also, I don't want people to get it twisted and think that I am anything special or anything. Look, Freemasonry I am one in a million. I am one cog, or I'm one of millions, not one in a million. I am one cog in a million, one of a million cogs in this thing called Freemasonry, and it's going to keep on spinning. Another way to look at it is I am one stone in this temple called Freemasonry, and there are millions of other stones that are here that are holding this thing up. And if my stone goes away, Freemasonry will not. The temple will still exist. Except, guess what? Maybe I am a little bit more important than just a singular stone. Maybe that stone actually matters a lot. When I joined Freemasonry in 2007, I was one stone out of, I was told, 45,000 Masons in the province of Ontario. I never confirmed that number at the time. This was 2007. But that was the number I was given, approximately 45,000. In 2007, I was one stone out of 45,000. And now in 2026 in Ontario, I am one stone out of 28,500. At least 2 years ago, I was told there was 28,500 approximate Masons in Ontario. 2 years later, I've heard numbers as low as 22,000. I can't confirm that. The last number I got with any decent confirmation was 28,500. It's a loss of about 20,000 in, 20 years, give or take? So maybe it's not just that I'm a little bit more important than before. Maybe it's that every single Mason is a little bit more important than they were before. And every single Mason needs to work a little bit harder to keep this thing called Freemasonry going. And by the way, I'm not even one in a million in the United States, where I'm also a member and a proud member. I am one out of approximately 870,000, which has dropped by, a couple of years ago, I think it was over a million. I think 5 or 6 years ago it was over a million. Lost about 45%, I think, of the total in the last 20 years, if I recall correctly. So maybe I actually am pretty important. And maybe every single Mason out there, if you call yourself a Mason, if you are a Mason, maybe you're pretty important because those numbers are fucking dropping. And I was mad, and also let's not forget when we talk about this, it's not just a loss of members, it's a loss of lodges. My district, my home district, once upon a time had 19 lodges in it. Presently, it has 13 lodges in it. And there are lodges going dark or amalgamating or some combination all over the place. So maybe every lodge matters a lot. Maybe every Mason matters more than ever before. And maybe every lodge matters more than before. And for a long time, I was angry. And that anger was directed, and this is not a new story, this is not something you haven't heard before. Many people here, I'm sure, have heard it many times. That anger was not directed in the right location. And I'm here today to say I'm sorry about where that anger was directed. I'm going to start aiming it in a better location. From 2014 to 2025, June of 2025, I did not miss a single meeting of my mother lodge, which was Windsor Lodge 403. I did not miss a single meeting of my affiliated lodge, Harmony Lodge number 579. I did not miss a single meeting of Border Cities Lodge. I did not miss a single meeting of the Scottish Rite. I did not miss a single meeting of either of the Scottish Rite bodies. I sat in chairs to help brothers who couldn't make it. I took care of refreshments when the junior wardens wouldn't show up. I stayed late to clean. I showed up early to set up the lodge. I remember once upon a time, I had a meeting on Thursday and I had a meeting on Friday. There's no Satanism in Freemasonry, Keith Haskell. But I was in Toronto at the time. So to make it, I was there for training session. So what I did, and I don't drive, I took a bus from Toronto. It's about 4.5 hours. I got permission to take half a day vacation, which is what I did. I used vacation days to take a bus back to Windsor. I attended my lodge. I grabbed food on the way and had it with me on the Greyhound bus to feed the brethren because I was acting as the junior warden. I wasn't the junior warden. I was acting as the junior warden. I was also sitting as a secretary. It's just the junior warden that sat in didn't want to get food. I then did the meeting, went back to the bus station, took an all-night bus back to Toronto, did my second day of work training, finished at 4, caught a bus, made it back to Windsor, took my other meeting, didn't sleep for 2 days. And I did stuff like that over and over and over and over again. And every time I came to a lodge meeting when I was a worshipful master, or if I wasn't the worshipful master, brethren were calling in and they couldn't make it, and we couldn't question it, we couldn't judge it, we couldn't say anything because you can't question the length of a cable tow. So who got called on to do the work? Me, and not just me, but the brothers like me who showed the fuck up. And don't tell me that you couldn't make it. Fuck off with that shit. If we were to offer you $1 million to make it to lodge, you would find a way to make it. I'm sorry, but you know that's true. You would find the childcare, you would find the support, you would find the help, you'd do something and you'd make it to lodge. You're choosing not to make it. And look, there are times you can't. I get it. I do. You know what? I get there are times you can't make it. I understand. You're in hospice. You're in the hospital and the doctor says you can't leave. But you cannot tell me that 60 to 70 to 80% of our typical membership can't make it to lodge. That's bullshit. And you know it's bullshit, but you can't question the cable tow. And for a long time, I was mad. I was mad at them and resentful at them for not showing up. And then for people asking me to do the work, which I always did. And I was proud of the fact that I always did it because when I showed up and when I put the work in, good things happened. I mentioned this a bunch of times in the past. I'll mention this again. There are brethren who are in their homes, who have a roof over their head, not just them, but their families, because we in Freemasonry provided them with benevolence. There are people in school, because I was part of lodges that had scholarships. There are people with food on their table because of work done on the Masonic building and the Masonic temple, and those things happened because I showed up, I made sure there was quorum, and we had the vote. And I was grateful for that. But it doesn't change the fact that more and more work was being put on fewer and fewer Masons, and that resentment festered, and it kept on festering. But I realized that my resentment was in the wrong place. Because ultimately, and yes, I'm speaking about Ontario, but I'm also speaking about lodges really in North America, but in many ways around the world. The Grand Lodges have decided that they do not care enough about attendance and people showing up to make any type of enforcement requirements regarding who shows up and who doesn't. They don't want to judge a cable tow. Well, at the same fucking time, they tell us we need to get a quorum, we need to get 7, or they're threatening to pull charters. What the fuck is that? You have 30 members. Let's say you have 30 members in a lodge, and 24 of them call the lodge and say, I can't make it due to the length, it's outside the length of my cable tow. I can't make it because I have too much responsibilities at home, too much with work, I'm tired, I'm sick, whatever the fuck it is, we can't question that. We can't say, that's not cool, we need you to come in. At the same time, if that happens 3 times in a row, the charter's fucking pulled. And we have these people checking books now and checking documents and seeing what it is, narking. What the fuck is that? If you seriously think that it's not fair and it's not right to judge somebody's cable toe, then stop making lodges have quorum requirements. It's bullshit. You wonder why there's such a insane amount of burnout in Freemasonry. You want to know why Masons are leaving and not coming back? You want to know why Masons refuse to show up to lodge? Because they're tired of putting in work and being told their recommendation, their reward, their whatever the fuck it is more work. What organization is expected to survive with that? But can I blame a Mason? If you have a Grand Lodge and you have older Masons telling guys, put your work and family first, put your work and family first, we're never going to judge you for not showing up. We're never going to judge you for not showing up. You can miss 10, 15, 20 years and waltz back in and you'll be welcomed back with open arms. Why would anybody stay? If what they care about is being a Mason and they're being told they don't have to show up, why would they show up? They're told they have to pay their dues. That's enforceable. Because it's okay to make a demand on a brother's money, but it's not okay to make a demand on his time, apparently. Where for some brothers, their time is way more valuable than their money. And for some brothers, they may not have the money. There may be exigent circumstances why they can't afford to pay their dues. And yes, we'll understand that, but still in theory, you can get suspended for non-payment of dues. But meanwhile, it doesn't matter why brother doesn't show up. If I wanted a relationship that was based on somebody paying money and not based on somebody spending time, I would get hookers or I'd go to the strip club. Because that's what it is. We should just ask our brethren to put their money on the altar and just don't look us in the eyes while they do it. It's bullshit. You're joining an organization, your time is required. But again, I can't be mad at you for not showing up when Grand Lodge says it's okay to not show up. Not okay for the lodge because they're threatening to pull charters, but okay for the brethren to not show up. We're not going to judge an individual for missing, but the whole lodge has to suffer, which does nothing but punish the Masons who show up and who care. It's not right. And everybody should recognize that's not right. There are Masons out there showing up to lodges sick. There are Masons up there showing up to lodges exhausted. I'm tired of feeling sick to my stomach whenever I have to go to lodge because I don't know if we're going to get quorum or not. And then I got to figure out, how do we pay our bills if we can't vote on them? What constitutes a legitimate payment for the purposes of operation costs? And by the way, Grand Lodges, temple boards, all the rest, it's, in what world is it fair? In what world is it fair to have a quorum requirement of 7? By the way, that quorum requirement hasn't changed since I think I've been a Mason. I've been a Mason for 20 years. I can't speak back to the original. I'm not positive, but I believe it's remained at 7. We've lost half our membership approximately in 20 years, and the quorum requirement hasn't dropped at all. How is it fair to expect a lodge to maintain membership, to maintain attendance, to have 7 people showing up at every fucking meeting, and at the same time tell every member, we're never going to judge you for not showing up? Or at least Grand Lodge won't. We can't judge the length of your cable toe. Is that fair? Or does that just put more and more pressure on the people who want the lodge to survive, who want to show up, who care about it? I can tell you dozens, hundreds of times I've shown up to lodge sick. I've shown up to lodge tired. Shown up to lodge without sleep. So where's my anger directed? It's not directed to the players anymore. It's not directed to the members. The members who don't show up are taking advantage of the fact that they don't have to. And if they don't have to, then why should they? And don't fucking tell me that the lodge has to do more, that the lodge has to create a more welcoming environment. Shut the fuck up with that. Because you know what? The lodge is not some separate entity from the membership. The lodge is the membership. And every member has a responsibility to make the lodge a better place. And that starts by showing up. Don't tell me that we and that I or that anybody who's showing up and busting their ass has to do more. It's not fair and it's not right. You would never tell a guy who's not attending lodge that he needs to do more to make the lodge work. Because he'll just say work and family, the cry of the lazy, and then nobody ever says anything. But the guys who's there month after month, day after day, week after week, not just coming out to all of his meetings, but coming out to all of the official visits, all of the installations, traveling, all the rest of it, everything that comes with it. What does he get? Do more. You want to see the lodge succeed? Do more. You do more. Not the guy who never shows up. He doesn't have to do more. We have to do more. You wonder why there's burnout? You wonder why there's exhaustion? You wonder why Masons, and a lot of them I've talked to, and I promise you I am not alone in feeling this way, a lot of them I've talked to have left Freemasonry because they got tired of being asked to do more and more and more, while others did less and less and less. I have done everything that's been asked of me. I have done the Cornerstone reports and the Cornerstone. Both of my first original two lodges are Cornerstone lodges, and that's been a lot on me. I've organized social events. I've organized social functions. I've organized breakfasts. And you know what? Yes, in some cases it has worked and there has been success, but those success are pockets in a sea of declining relevancy and declining numbers and declining memberships and declining lodges. And the sea is getting rougher. The sea is getting stronger, and the sea is getting deeper. I am tired of being told that you cannot question cable toes, but at the same time, you have to have your quorum. You have to have people showing up, and lodges getting judged based on trying their very, very best to make really difficult and really tough situations work. And yes, I'm speaking for myself, but not just for myself. I'm speaking for every Mason who's busting his ass, trying to make it work, and getting calls from all sorts of different people about quorums and requirements and constitutions. Meanwhile, nobody's calling the Masons who don't show up and reminding them, hey, maybe you should. And if we do, we're told we're not allowed to question cable toes. So I'm not mad at those guys who don't show up anymore. You know what? You're just taking advantage of what Grand Lodge lets you do. And no matter how many times I call and say we need you, say we want you, say we need your help, I cannot blame you for taking advantage of a situation that our Grand Lodges have set up. I can, however, blame our Grand Lodges for not showing support for the Masons who show up and care. And by the way, when I say support, I mean holding the Masons who don't show up to a standard. I mean, or just get rid of the fucking quorum requirement. Not just that, like, if you want full lodges and full attendance, numbers keep dropping, and no Grand Lodges in North America, I shouldn't say no Grand Lodges, excuse me, Grand Lodges in North America seem to have absolutely no answer to it except to fall into legalese and start looking at ways to get lodges off the books and off the rolls. And yes, there are a lot of lodges and a lot of Masons who are helping and trying their best, but it's not enough unless we start, and unless the Grand Lodges start to hold every Mason to a certain standard, and that means expecting every Mason to show up, every Mason to dedicate themselves, every Mason to care, and start allowing us to enforce attendance requirements the way we enforce payment of dues, the way we enforce other things, then so be it. And by the way, if you want to suspend me for saying this stuff, go ahead. I'm right here. I'm Worshipful Brother Cameron Adamson. I've been a Mason since 2007. I was Mason of the Year in 2017. I organized the Cornerstone ceremony at City Hall. I will put every lodge meeting I've been to versus the lodge meetings that anybody else has been to, number by number. I will put every dollar I've brought into Freemasonry, every dollar I've brought in through our buildings, through grants and applications to anybody else. And by the way, I'll put in every Mason who I've helped bring in through their applications and including on this channel. There's Masons right now in Texas because of me. There's Masons right now around the world because of me and because of this channel. You want to suspend me? Go ahead. It doesn't change the fact that it's cowardice to tell the Masons who are showing up they need to do more and have nothing to say to the rusty Masons who don't show up. I am tired of being sick to my stomach before I go to certain lodge meetings because I don't know if we're going to get a quorum or not. And then I have to look to all the brothers I asked to be there and apologize to them for not having quorum. It's not fair. And by the way, most people know it's not fair. And you're goddamn right I keep repeating myself, Jesus is king, because I'm pissed off and I want to say this for a long time. This isn't a numbers issue. I know at the start I said that there's fewer and fewer Masons, and there are fewer and fewer Masons, and that will sooner or later become a problem. If this doesn't stop, pretty soon Freemasonry is going to be 5 guys meeting at a Tim Hortons. We can't lose 20,000 in, 20 years and expect things to keep going that way. Having said that, right now, we have enough Masons to make things work. We have enough Masons to have successful lodges, to have successful events, to have successful celebrations. We have enough Masons to be relevant in our community, and we have enough Masons to be relevant in the world, and we have enough Masons to grow this thing back to what it was before. But it starts with expecting everybody who has the privilege, and yes, it is a privilege, to be a Freemason, to put the work in, to show up. There are a million ways. And by the way, I'm not suggesting that every Mason needs to show up for every meeting. That's stupid. I did it, but not every Mason is me, and not every Mason can. But don't tell me you can't make it to 2 or 3 meetings in a year. I don't believe it. Yes, you're in hospice, you're deployed overseas at war, your work has sent you to a new country, a new city to live there for a year. Okay. I don't believe the average Mason when they say they can't make it out to 2 meetings a year. They can. They're choosing not to. And they're choosing not to because they're allowed to choose not to. And they're allowed to choose not to because Grand Lodge lets them. And this isn't an Ontario thing. This isn't a uniquely Ontario thing. This is across Canada. This is across the United States. And I know in the United States they have different requirements and they have different quorum requirements. Even if they didn't have quorum requirements, to set expectations and enforcement when it comes to brethren paying their dues, but to have no requirement when it comes to brethren showing up, what gives us the right to make demands on a brother's money, but not on a brother's time? Why is their money so much more valuable than their time? When many lodges are doing well financially, but they're struggling to get people showing up to do the work. They have officers taking the same chairs year after year after year until they get burnt out and tired and walk away. No one's ever asked me that question. So I'm asking again, why is it okay to make demands on a brother's money and not on his time? You're sick, you can't make it out. Be nice enough to call the lodge and let them know. Be nice enough to call the lodge and let them know, hey, I can't make it out. How about that? You're traveling overseas, you're stuck for work, send the lodge a Christmas card, a holiday card. You can use Uber Eats or something to order some food for the brethren as a show of kindness and respect. And take the time to visit other lodges while you travel. Take the time to visit other lodges while you're out there. Freemasonry doesn't end because you're away on work. Freemasonry doesn't end because you're sick at home. You can still at least do an RSVP. You can show that you're thinking of them. You can show that you care. And if you're so sick that you can't make it out, but you haven't been out for 20 years, 30 years, don't be surprised if brethren aren't necessarily going to see you. And don't be all pissed off and angry if you find out brothers aren't visiting you and you didn't visit brothers for 30 or 40 years. And by the way, if you're missing lodges for years at a time, don't come back and start talking about what it was like back in your day. Because first of all, back in the old days wasn't so great. I looked at some of those numbers, and if those old days were so great, why have we lost 20,000 Masons? Which started in the old days. Freemasonry has been around for 300 years, 350. It'll probably be around for who knows? We don't know how long it's going to be around. We'd like to think it'll be around forever. If you don't go for years, haven't you kind of quit? Yes, Zig and Zag, you have kind of quit. Not if you're, according to Grand Lodge. But yes, you haven't just kind of quit, you've quit. I don't drink anything and I'm a Mason. Freemasonry has been around for 300 and something years. There are some people saying it's not going to be around past 2040, at least in North America. And if you look at those numbers, and if you look at the decline, they could be right. The numbers are going in a certain direction. Which is why if we're going to turn this around, every single Freemason matters. Every single Freemason is important. And every single Freemason needs to start showing up, needs to start caring, needs to start sacrificing of themselves for this thing called Freemasonry. And we need Grand Lodges to hold them accountable for those sacrifices, for that time, and for that energy, not just for the amount of money that they give to the lodge or for paying their dues. You know, I asked the question at the start. In fact, this video is titled, "Does Freemasonry Deserve to Continue?" 526. I mean, I usually pick the start date at 1717. June 24th, 1717. You can push it back to 1634 if you want. I think that's as far back as you can go. Started in Scotland. I asked the question at the start of this, does Freemasonry deserve to continue? Now, when you ask the question, does Freemasonry deserve to continue? That's not asking if I want Freemasonry to continue, because I do. That's not asking if the world would be a better place with Freemasonry in it, which it is, and it would be a worse place with Freemasonry outside of it. When I ask the question, does Freemasonry deserve to continue? That's a question of the natural consequences of our behavior, and that's a question of the natural consequences of our actions. And when I say our, I mean Freemasons. And to all the dumb conspiracy theorists out there in this channel, on the stream, I'm not suggesting that we don't deserve to continue because of the dumb things you guys believe. Freemasonry is not satanic. Freemasonry is not a cult. Freemasonry does not harm anybody. Freemasonry makes the world a better place. Freemasonry helps people. Freemasonry is charitable. Freemasonry is kind, in theory. But Freemasonry is dying. And it's not dying of natural causes. It's dying because we as Freemasons are killing it. And we're killing it in a variety of ways, but primarily we're killing it by not expecting our brethren to dedicate the time and the energy necessary to allow it to continue, and expecting fewer and fewer Masons to do more and more work. And our Grand Lodges are too afraid and too cowardly to tell any non-attending Mason that they need to attend, but will tell the Masons who show up all the things they have to do. If you tell a Mason he does not need to attend to be a Mason, what do you think he's going to do? And by the way, there is nothing that our lodges are not doing and have not tried. Cornerstone programs, breakfasts, banquets, education. I was at a meeting a couple of days ago. It was an educational presentation. There was maybe 9 people in attendance. Some of them were visitors. So much for education being the key. I don't want to be sick to my stomach going to lodge because I don't think we're going to get quorum. I don't want to be spending my time thinking about the rules and the constitutions. I didn't join Freemasonry. You say nobody joined Freemasonry to hear the minutes read. Nobody joined Freemasonry to sit there and read a rule book. They joined Freemasonry, hopefully, to contribute something of themselves to something bigger than themselves. That's the reason to join anything. To contribute something of yourself to something bigger than yourself. I'll say that one more time. You join Freemasonry to contribute of yourself to something bigger than yourself. You take a piece of yourself out, it's a stone, and you put it in the temple, and that temple grows bigger and bigger. But there's fewer and fewer stones. And not only that, there's fewer and fewer stones actually doing any work. You may be a name on a piece of paper. You may be a name on a bylaw sheet that claims to be a member. You may send in a check every year, maybe on time, maybe late. But that does not make you a stone that is doing any work. That does not make you a stone that is holding up the temple. The temple is held up by the people who show up. The temple is held up by the people who care enough to give of themselves to something greater than themselves. And if you don't think, if you genuinely do not believe that attendance matters and that attendance is important, then stop requiring lodges to meet arbitrary quorums. Because all you're doing is creating resentment and anger between those who show up and those who don't. And it's not fair to anybody. You cannot tell a lodge that they need to have set number of members, while at the same time tell brethren they don't need to show up. And by the way, it's not just that, it's everything. It's all of the work that goes into maintaining these lodges. It's all of the work. You want social events, who does them? You want celebrations, who does them? You want education, who does them? You want L forms, you want this, you want that, who does them? The same people who do everything else until they get so tired. It's dance till you drop, and once you drop, who knows what happens then? Then the lodge drops. I love Freemasonry, you know? Doesn't always seem like it, but I do. I love it because I've seen what it can be, and I've seen the people it helps, and I've seen how it makes people's lives better. But the way it makes people's lives better starts and ends with the people in the lodge room doing the work. And when you make it so that they don't have to show up, a good percentage of them don't. And spare me, once again, I've said this before, but spare me this argument of the lodge needs to do more. I am the lodge, but every member is the lodge. There is no lodge and not lodge. There's active members and inactive members. And every time you turn around and tell And every time you turn around and tell an active member that they need to do more to make the lodge more welcoming or hospitable to the inactive members, you're saying the inactive members' time is more valuable than the active members' times. You're saying their time is more important than yours because they know you'll show up. They know you're active, so they know that you'll show up. They know you'll do the work. They know you'll work hard to keep this thing going. Not only do you have to show up and be responsible for yourself, you're now responsible for everybody else who's not showing up. How is that fair? How is that right? Like, I'm legitimately asking that question. How is it fair and how is it right to tell an active member of the lodge who's working, and I'm not speaking for me, well, I am, but I'm speaking for everybody who's in my situation, who's in this situation of tired, of exhausted, of burnt out, of stressed out. How is it fair to tell them that they need to do more for the lodge, but not tell the inactive members that? Jeremy, I mean, the problem is, Jeremy, when it comes to, I sorry, I shouldn't have said your name that way. That sounded weirdly cranky. The problem is when it comes to this idea of the obligation, one of the biggest things, though, that Freemasons love to talk about is the cable toe. And this idea that you're not allowed to judge your brother's cable toe. So, yes, maybe he's supposed to respond to requests to show up. However, if he doesn't show up, you're not allowed to question why, and you're not allowed to require him to show up, and you're not allowed to require him to attend. Now, this isn't true in every jurisdiction, by the way. There are many jurisdictions where it's okay and where it's allowable to expect a Mason to show up for at least a couple meetings a year, right? That's all I'm asking. 2 meetings a year, 2 events a year. We have enough Masons to make it work. We have enough Masons to make it a success. We have enough Masons to make this thing grow, to make this thing be something bigger than it is and better than it is. And not just better than it is, but better than it ever was. There's no reason why Freemasonry cannot reach the heights it did before. None. But all that happens is the Masons who care get burned out and leave, and the Masons who don't care, don't care. If you're joining Freemasonry because you want the name Freemason, then I guess so be it. And Grand Lodge thinks that's perfectly acceptable and it's perfectly fine. Or if it's not, it must be the fault of the active members and not the inactive member who's not showing up. But if you are truly a Freemason, then you should be willing to give something of yourself to something bigger than yourself. And that means your time, not just your money. How many more lodges go dark before it's enough? How many more members do we lose? In Ontario, in Manitoba, around the world. And yes, there are some jurisdictions where it's growing, but I'm tired of Freemasonry and our Grand Lodges not caring at all about the active members and focusing all their love on those who don't show up by refusing to set expectations to them. If you want to know what somebody cares about, look at what they enforce and look at what they expect. Grand Lodges enforces payment of dues, so they care about that, as do lodges. But they don't enforce attendance and they don't enforce presence, so they don't care about that. Like I said, I'm just one guy. I'm just one member. But once upon a time, I was one member out of 45,000 members. And right now I'm one member out of maybe 25,000. Let's split the difference. In 10 years, I'm going to be one member out of what? 15,000 Masons? One member out of 10,000 Masons? One member out of 5 Masons? Who's to say? And the issue, again, isn't a matter of the numbers dropping. It's the matter of the Masons we have right now not putting in the work necessary to regrow it. We have more than enough members to have strong lodges, successful lodges, and successful growth within Freemasonry. Good for the Rotary Club. I support that. You know, it's not just that we lose a Masonic lodge when a Masonic lodge goes dark. That's wonderful. I'm very happy the quorum requirement comes from there. We got to get rid of the quorum requirement because it's bullshit. And it's not just that, or start expecting attendance and start enforcing attendance. Is it not obvious the hypocrisy and the cruelty of expecting a lodge to maintain a quorum and threatening charters if they don't, while at the same time telling every individual Mason that every absence is excused based on work and family? Is that not hypocritical? Is that not cruel? And does that not punish the Masons who show up and the Masons who care? If attendance is important for the lodge, then attendance is important for individual Masons, and they should be held to that standard. Why punish the whole lodge for the actions of those who don't show up? Freemasonry changes. Freemasonry grows. Freemasonry develops. I don't mind if Grand Lodge truly feels that attendance is not important at an individual Masonic level. And they can say all they want to that they do, yes they do, yes they do, yes they do. They don't, because they don't enforce it. And the one thing I learned as a probation officer is if you want to know what somebody cares about, it's what they're willing to enforce. And they're willing to enforce against lodges, but they're not willing to enforce against individual members. So that means they don't care about it. They don't want to enforce it. That's how you tell. They'll say things sometimes. They'll tell people maybe you should attend, but they won't back it up with anything. So if they truly feel that a brother's attendance is not important, then stop expecting lodges to maintain quorums. Or if they do feel a member's attendance is important, then start allowing it to be enforced the same way you enforce financially. Clearly, Grand Lodge thinks it's important that members pay their dues because they'll suspend for non-payment of dues. Yet they won't make any demands of a brother's time, which goes back to the same question I asked at the start. Why is it okay to make demands on a brother's time? Why is it okay to make demands on a brother's money, but not okay to make demands on his time? Why is it okay to make demands on a brother's finances, but not make demands on a brother's time, when both are equally important, equally necessary, and equally vital to the maintenance of a lodge? I have no desire to be part of an organization that's a bank account in search of a purpose. When you require payment of dues, but don't require attendance, that's what it is. It's a bank account in search of a purpose. And we wonder why it's dying out. We wonder why brethren are getting burnt out as they struggle to make their quorums, as they struggle to get the work done, as more and more work is done by fewer and fewer members, as fewer and fewer stones hold up greater and greater amounts of weight. And they wonder why we're exhausted, why we're burnt out, why we're tired. Courtney, I love you, and I'm grateful that you're here. I'm grateful that you're part of the channel, but no. Because I have done all of the above. I have done every membership retention exercise I can think of. I have done every activity I can imagine. I have organized every event I can imagine. And sometimes the events go great. They'll come to the barbecue, but they won't come to the lodge. It's not about that. It's about the fact that people will rise or fall to the level of expectation and enforcement. And until we start to set expectations and enforce those expectations about attendance, all we do is burn out the Masons who care enough to show up. Sticky sleeves, I can tell you this, I have had the most fun in my life, the most fun I've ever had being a Freemason. And I've also done more good as a Freemason than I have as anything else in my life. But that doesn't change the fact that for all the good I've done and all the fun I've had, I have been absolutely exhausted by showing up when I don't want to, dedicating myself to things when I don't want to, all because I don't want to see these things go. Taking chairs, making sure I show up to get a quorum of 7, and then we don't. And what does that say to the other members who took the time to drive further than I did? Yeah, the Masonic writer, but the problem with this idea of you let the wrong people in is, what does that mean? Does that mean people who aren't showing up anymore? But again, why would they show up if they're told they don't have to because there's no enforcement? They may even be told there's an expectation, but expectation without enforcement, it's not just cowardly, it's in some ways it's cruel, because it sends mixed messages that confuse the craft, that confuse the order, that confuse Freemasonry. If you tell an employee at a job, I expect this from you, but then if they don't do it, you do not have any enforcement mechanism because they failed to meet that expectation, all you've done is set a standard that you refuse to keep, which is going to piss off everybody else in that job and piss off everybody else in that organization. Or it's going to let that employee walk all over the organization. And look, I will go with my no legs. Yeah, I mean, a member is not a Mason, but Grand Lodge disagrees. I will go toe to toe with anybody when it comes to what I've done for Freemasonry. And I'm happy to. From 2014 to 2025, I did not miss a single meeting of any of my lodges or of Scottish Rite, either Lodge of Perfection or Rose Croix. And that included going nights without sleep. That included dipping into my own pocket to take all-night buses and all-night trains. And when I got there, that included sitting in chairs at the last minute to cover for a brother who didn't show up, including officers. That included taking care of refreshments at the last minute because the junior warden didn't show up. That included doing a part in a degree at the last minute. 2017, I was Mason of the Year. 2018, actually. 2017, I organized the Cornerstone ceremony at City Hall. There's still a cornerstone sitting there at City Hall from the Freemasons of this county. I've organized grant applications and building projects. And it was under my back, and not just my back alone, but it was on me, that we had over 200 Masons show up to the Windsor Masonic Temple June 19th and June 20th of 2024. And by the way, I will go toe to toe with any Mason on mistakes because I have made just as many mistakes as everybody else. But the one thing I never did is stop showing up. When I fucked up, and believe me, I fucked up, I've showed up to Lodge, I've apologized for it, and I've kept going. Because I recognize what this thing called Freemasonry can be, and what this thing called Freemasonry should be, and what this thing Freemasonry can be. You don't think, I'm not mad at Freemasonry, I'm mad at the space between what Freemasonry could be and what it is. And that space is created by the unwillingness of any Masons to call out those who don't show up, or to a Grand Lodge that allows Masons to not show up. You cannot tell me that 2 meetings a year, 2 events a year, is beyond your cable toe. I do not accept that for the majority of Masons. And if there are exceptions, then by all means, you can let us know that. You can tell us that. I'm in hospice. I'm sick. I've moved away. I'm deployed. It's no different than dues. There are many Masons who struggle to pay their dues. There are many Masons who struggle to pay their dues, and most lodges will work with them. Will figure out a way to make it work. We'll offer them benevolence. We'll offer them payment plans. We'll do something to make it work. We can do the same thing with the attendance, but we cannot pretend it's not important. We cannot pretend it doesn't matter. I told this story at the start. I'll tell it again. When I was, calm down, Light Free. When I was only one person allowed to be angry, and it's me. When I was doing my training in Toronto, I had training Monday through Friday. I had a lodge meeting. I had a lodge meeting on Thursday night. I had a lodge meeting on Friday night. I got a half vacation day, took a bus back on Thursday, grabbed some food on the way and had it with me on the bus because I was helping out as the junior warden, or helping with the junior warden. Got to lodge, did the meeting, went back to the bus station, took an all-night bus back to Toronto, did my second day of training, caught a bus, got back to Windsor for the next lodge meeting, and then went back home. If I could have done that, you can make it to 2 meetings a year. But again, my rage, my anger, my frustration, despite the way it sounds, it's not with those Masons not showing up because they're just playing the game. My rage is with the game itself. It's a game where the rules have been set by Grand Lodges and where the rules say attendance doesn't matter. And don't tell me you think it does matter, because when you refuse to enforce something, it doesn't. An expectation without enforcement isn't an expectation at all. At most, it's a gentle request. And you can say all you want to that the active members, because when you say the lodge needs to create a more welcoming environment, you're not talking about the lodge. You're talking about the active members of the lodge. And if you want to say the active members of the lodge need to do more to attract the inactive or rusty members back, just think about all the other work and all the other jobs and all the other responsibilities that the active members have. Those active members are busy too. They have lives too. They have families too. They have commitments too. They have stresses too. And they're still showing up. They're still trying to make it work. They're still giving a shit. And then you tell them it's not enough, that they have to do all these extra things. You never turn around to an inactive member and say, hey, you need to do more for your lodge. For the guys who do everything, there's everything else they have to do. And you wonder why there's burnout. And you wonder why there's exhaustion. And you wonder why lodges are scraping by. And you wonder why lodges are going dark. And you wonder why Freemasonry is experiencing record levels of burnout. I don't know what the number was. I think the one of the recent stats I saw was like 85% of Freemasons report being burnt out. Well, excuse me, 40% of Freemasons report being burned out. When you actually look at it, that's 85% of active members. Light free, you know what, honestly, in some ways, that's what it feels like. It's kind of funny to say it that way, but it's some truth. If I'm taking the time to show up to lodge, if I'm dedicating myself to showing up for lodge, and then we're not able to have a meeting because we don't get quorum, or we're not able to meet because the Grand Lodge says this or that, or lodges say that, or who the fuck knows why, kind of does feel like you got stood up for a date. The problem is I've been getting stood up for these dates for the last 20 years. And now you're not going because you want to go to lodge. You're going because you feel you have to go to lodge because you might be the seventh person or the third person in the States. And yes, it's a martyrdom issue. And yes, there's a martyr complex to it. But it doesn't change the fact that because of that martyrdom, because of that exhaustion, we have lodges paying for people's benevolence, their rent, their support. Our buildings are kept afloat because of the funding that we provide to them. The work that we need to get done is done. But we can do that because brethren are sacrificing of themselves for the lodge and of the time for the lodge. And then they're being told, it's not enough, you need to do more. How? Asian 10123. This is the point. This is the problem. How do you enforce an expectation to show up? Right? You enforce the expectation to pay your dues by threatening suspension. What is the enforced mechanism to not show up? And this is my point. Grand Lodge won't let us set an expectation that we can enforce, other than like dirty looks, I guess. But again, how is it fair for us to give dirty looks to somebody for not showing up when Grand Lodge itself is saying you can't question a cable tow? Which is why I'm saying, and I know I said this a million times, I'll say it one more time. Look, there's an obvious solution to this. Either drop the quorum requirements, so stop having lodges, including some of my own, constantly terrified of getting quorum and not getting quorum. Just drop those requirements altogether because you're telling Masons they don't need to show up and you're not going to enforce it, at least on an individual level. You enforce it against the group. You'll pull charters for not getting quorum enough times. So I guess it's collective punishment. Is that what we're doing? Is that our enforcement mechanism? We'll collectively punish the lodge, but not individually punish the members who aren't showing up. It's not fair, and it breeds resentment and it breeds anger, as you can tell. Just, if that's genuinely what you think, then get rid of the quorum requirement altogether and let lodges do the best they can. Or allow us to enforce expectations. Or how about this? Switch it to 2 meetings a year. 2 mandatory meetings a year. Every lodge needs to have an official visit, which includes elections, and every lodge needs to have an installation. And then the rest of the year, it's completely up to the members. If they have the membership attendance and they're able to have 20 meetings a year and know they're going to get their 7 members or more each meeting and they have no concerns about it, let them have their 20 meetings or more a year. If, however, they're struggling and they don't think they can do it, let them have 3 meetings a year, just so long as they get those 2 mandatory ones. There's the old joke, well, not joke, but the old expression about Easter and Christmas Catholics. Well, there's such a thing as official visit and installation Masons. And if you set 2 meetings a year, you'll probably get your quorum for that and leave the rest up to the lodge to decide. So instead of constantly making us show up and freak out and not if we're going to get quorum and blah, 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 give us the opportunity to relax, take it easy, and focus on growing the lodges slowly and steadily instead of constantly fighting. That's true. No one forces you to join, but then they also are more than happy to not have you stay, while at the same time requiring us to do certain things to get there. It's beyond hypocrisy. It's beyond hypocrisy to say there is no individual enforcement mechanism for attendance, but there is collective punishment for the lodge. Right? And all it does is breed resentment. And believe me, I can assure you there is a lot of resentment in Freemasonry right now between the Masons who show up and the Masons who don't. And everybody who says, well, then just quit or just demit, okay, fine, we quit, we demit. What happens to the lodges that we're holding up? They go dark. And what happens to all of the funds and the money and the benevolence and the charity and the support that they provided? Right? They go dark too. And suddenly, nobody gets the help of the lodge. Perhaps light free, that's definitely the opposite of what's happening. It's not that people are leaving in droves, right? We don't know. Again, I can't speak. The last number I had confirmed was 28,500 members approximately, and that was 2 years ago. I've been told it's as low as, I don't know for sure, but I've been told it's as low as 22,000 now. I think that's a little bit too low. My suspicion is it's around 25,000. The point is, when I joined, I was told there was 45,000. People are not afraid to leave. And that's the problem. There are no expectations of any members. That's exactly the problem. Because if there are no expectations on members, but there are expectations on lodges, how do the lodges meet those expectations? They meet those expectations through the members. That's the point. If you are going to set expectations on lodges, but not set expectations on individual members, how is a lodge expected to meet those expectations? And if you say completely voluntarily, it's not. Because it's not voluntary when charters start to get pulled. It's not voluntary. It'd be no different than having a football team where the coach says, I expect the team to win the game, but I don't expect anything out of the individual players. How does that work? Yeah, but they force attendance in theory, just not in actuality, right? Well, they don't force attendance. What they do is they say, we're not going to require attendance. We're not going to enforce expectations of attendance. But if you don't get enough attendance, we're going to close down lodges. So, okay. So who does that actually hurt? Who does that actually cause to suffer? I think in some ways, John Blevins 4851 said it best, right? There are no expectations of any members. You advance on your own volition. There are no expectations on any members, but there are expectations on lodges, and the lodges, to meet those expectations, rely upon their membership. Right? It's not just about the offices that they take. It's not just about the offices that a brother takes, because offices are not sufficient. Very often, to get your 7, you need people on the sidelines. You need people showing up who don't have offices, who haven't advanced. Not all the time. Some lodges are lucky enough, but many are not. But an expectation, lodges cannot meet expectations without the membership. And when you don't set membership expectations, all you do is breed exhaustion and resentment and burnout. So LC fair, it's not the minimum 7 for any lodge anywhere. It is a minimum of 7 in Ontario. Other jurisdictions have 3, which, by the way, I'm not a believer in quorums at all, or when we don't require attendance. But I will say, when your membership has dropped by, I think, 20,000 in 20 years, and your quorum requirement has not dropped in accordance with that, that's insane. I would be more comfortable with a 3-man quorum than I am with a 7-person quorum. Right? At least with a 3, it would be more in recognition of the current numbers and what they actually are. All right. I I hope Freemasonry continues. I think the world is a better place. Well, sometimes I get angry, Dad, and I've been angry for a while, but I still love you, and I'm thankful that you're here, obviously. Even while I'm angry at the world, I still love you, obviously. I hope that Freemasonry survives. The world is better with Freemasonry within it. The world is a better place because Freemasonry exists. That has been true historically, and that is true presently. But that's not the question I'm asking. The question I'm asking is, does Freemasonry deserve to exist? And in a world where members are free to never attend without consequence, when members can go 10, 15, 20, 25 years without attendance, without consequence, can actually receive service awards for that. And when Grand Lodge encourages this by refusing to enforce those expectations, refusing to enforce attendance, thereby giving membership complete permission to show up, not show up, to sacrifice or not sacrifice. At what point do we ask the question, does Freemasonry deserve to continue? As Skunk said, and if it's just an option, does it matter? I mean, at what point does a sufficient number of Masons leave because they're burnt out before we start to say maybe Freemasonry doesn't deserve to keep going? Yeah, so in Ontario, it's this idea of cable tow. That's a very common thing. This idea of without detriment to ourselves or our connections. I mean, it's the same basic premise. Here's the problem, though. What does that actually mean? And if that means any excuse to not show up is perfectly acceptable, what happens? How many of us are left? Because every time somebody shows up, every time a member shows up, he is doing it with at least some detriment to himself and his connections. He's sacrificing something to be there. He's sacrificing his time, he's sacrificing his connections, he's sacrificing the couch, Netflix, getting a good night's sleep. Who knows what he's sacrificing, but he's choosing to sacrifice something. And when that's not respected because you don't get your quorum, there's a cruelty to that. I mean, if Freemasonry dies, then it dies. I mean, look at the numbers, look at the I mean, it's Freemasonry I don't think will ever die globally, right? In areas where they actually set expectations, Freemasonry is going to do well. But Freemasonry, I suspect, is on its way out of North America and probably England, maybe, unless some serious changes are made. And those changes start with either being willing to set an expectation about attendance or stop punishing lodges by setting lodge expectations without member expectations. Yeah, I've heard that in the UK you are on the rise again. I mean, which is awesome to see. I don't know what your current numbers are. I can assure you it's not that way right now here, to my knowledge. Now, it's possible that membership has gone up, maybe since I've seen the last numbers. I've not heard any evidence that it's gone up at all. And if it is, it's nowhere near what it was when I first joined. 200K members. What was it a couple years ago, LC? I don't know any spells. I don't speak witchcraft. Well, thank you for that. So, I don't know what people thought of what I said. I know plenty of people disagree with me. Plenty of people disagree with me just in general, but I know plenty of people disagree with me about this. They think it's wrong to require attendance. They don't understand why I get so frustrated and pissed off and tired, and so angry at Grand Lodge for setting up a game and setting up a system in which non-attendance and laziness towards the lodge is rewarded, while those who work are rewarded with more work and more energy. But it goes back to what I said from the start. There are Masons across North America who are burned out, who are tired, who are exhausted. And the reason that we're burned out, and the reason that we're tired, and the reason that we're exhausted is because we are trying to keep lodges afloat at the expectations of our Grand Lodges, while membership does not show up to help out and does not have to. Burnout and dependency. Burnout and dependency are real, without a doubt. I mean, burnout is a major issue within Freemasonry. And, there's a reason why it exists. There's a reason why it exists. We do have Royal Arch in Canada. We have Royal Arch Freemasonry. Um, I mean, it's here in Windsor as well as across North America. What is Freemasonry? Freemasonry is a civic institution that has existed for uh, approximately 300 to 400 years. I mean, you can go with different dates. I tend to just stick with June 24th, 1717. So it's a civic institution that has existed um, within a 4 meetings a year. Freemasonry has existed since 1717. It's a civic club or a community group or community organization. Honestly, Aslan 10123, I would not be opposed at all to requiring brethren to attend 4 meetings a year. If not 4 meetings a year, then at least 2 meetings a year, I think is more than acceptable. I personally don't. I know that was an ancients versus moderns thing. If I recall correctly, it was the ancients that viewed it as the kind of official. Well, I mean, I guess let me rephrase. Um, I would view Royal Arch as an appendant body, which has chapters and degrees that go from the fourth, just like in Scottish Rite, there's fourth degree and up. I'm not, I know historically very many people considered Royal Arch to be actually part of the Master Mason's degree as well. Um, well, it's not a cult. It's not a cult for several different reasons. First, it does not, it's not a cult because it does not try to isolate membership from, it does not try to isolate its membership from the public, from those around it. So it's not an isolationist organization. In fact, and I just talked about this, one of the biggest problems with Freemasonry is the fact that one of the biggest problems with Freemasonry is, in some ways, the fact that it's always encouraging you to put everything else ahead of Freemasonry, right? It encourages you to put your family and your work ahead of Freemasonry, so much so that your ability to contribute to Freemasonry is never enforced, or expectation that you contribute is never enforced. And so, as a result of that, um, Freemasonry suffers. But that's why Freemasonry is not a cult. That plus it has no dogmas, it has no ascendant peoples, if that makes sense. I mean, Courtney, if that's what they say, and I could believe that's one of it, but you need to understand as well. I've been to lodges which have had Masonic education. I've been to Masonic lodges where they've had Masons create presentations for an hour, 2 hours about the history of Freemasonry and about the history of the lodge and about the history of the Ashlers and about the history of whatever it might be. And it hasn't turned the attendance around. Ultimately, it just goes back to this idea of people will do something if there's an expectation and enforcement of that expectation. And right now, there may or may not be an expectation of attendance. You can question that, but there's no enforcement of that expectation, right? And the problem with that, again, is there is a cruelty to an expectation without enforcement. If you expect somebody to do something, but you have no enforce mechanism, it shows that, you have a complete lack of, it's the thing I learned as a probation officer, right? I'm trying to think of how to describe it. One of the things I learned as a probation officer is if I told somebody, you're expected to do this, but then I'm not willing to enforce that expectation, all it does is confuse them, cause them to disrespect me, cause them to not like me, and then, not like me, cause them to disrespect me, and cause them to not take any of this seriously. If I tell somebody you're expected to do something and I back it up with enforcement, they may not like it, but they'll respect it at least, and they'll do it. But it also matters the extent to which enforcements are equal and enforcements are level. For example, if you have one Mason, not me exclusively, but any number of, a single Mason who's showing up, working hard, doing the best they can, and then messes up and deals with an enforcement mechanism. You have another Mason who, is never showing up and there's no issue with it. That's going to breed anger as well. If things are important, they need to be enforced. And if they're not important, then don't even bring them up. So if Grand Lodge genuinely will not enforce attendance requirements, then don't expect quorums. It's that simple. If you want to enforce attendance, so if you have an expectation for lodge attendance, then enforce. And don't enforce at the lodge level, because all that does is punish the Masons who care, and all that does is punish the Masons who show up. Enforce at the membership level. There are many black men who are Freemasons. The lodge has expectations, John Blevins, the 4581. I mean, the lodge is given a lot of expectations, and it cannot meet those expectations without the membership. And fewer Masons are doing more and more work to try to engage with or fulfill those expectations. And I don't just speak for myself. I do speak for myself, but not just for myself, because I can tell you I've heard a lot of other Masons tell me this in a lot of different places, that they are absolutely exhausted. And you can say, well, then they should just demit, which is fine to say. But that's there's a cruelty to that as well, because then everything they worked for trying to maintain these lodges goes out the window. And if you want to say, hey, no one's making them be martyrs, that's fair. But certainly the charitable activities that they've done, keeping people in their homes, benevolence funds, giving money to their various Grand Lodges, their various temple boards, paying their bills, all that stuff goes away too. And I don't think Grand Lodges anywhere would be too happy to see that money go away. I'm not a Grand Master. I mean, I don't even know if again, I said it, I've said some pretty critical things of Grand Lodge. I've said some pretty critical things about what I think. I don't think I'll be suspended, but I may be. And if I am, then that's okay. Well, Courtney, and thank you for being here. I'm grateful for, like I said, your support. Also, I'm grateful, when I think about Freemasonry and this channel, right? You joining a lodge in Texas, and you talked about this on the stream before, You joining a lodge in Texas, um, after discovering this channel, I think is really, really cool. It's one of those little things I'm grateful for. And I still want to one day visit your lodge in Texas, if I get the chance. Believe me, it's on my list. Everything you have said is fair and true, Cameron. Well, thank you, Lapis Exilis. I assure you, not everybody agrees with me, and that's perfectly fine. Rondo Ellsworth, your frustrations are valid. Thank you, Rondo. I appreciate that as well. Totally, dude. We are all brothers, man. Uh, I would hope we would, as Freemasons, consider ourselves all brothers, and even not Masons. You know, we're all kind of one people. We're all human, and we all need to remember that. Also, um, by the way, John Blevins 4851 at John Blevins 4851. Uh, I will say this: we do actually have expectations. We have expectations to pay our dues. I can't speak for every jurisdiction. I don't know necessarily in every jurisdiction for sure, but to my knowledge, at least what I've experienced is we have an expectation to pay our dues. So there's a financial expectation set upon us. And again, it goes back to the question I've asked many times: why is it fair to set financial expectations but not time expectations? Um, Won't you miss your own lodge meetings if you travel? It depends. I mean, what I try to do as much as possible, 4851, I try to schedule things in such a way that I don't. And I've been pretty successful at it. Like I said, um, I was able to travel very, very frequently and not miss a single lodge meeting from 2014 to 2025. And that was including traveling throughout America, around the world, in fact. Then I missed a meeting in June. Then, starting again in September of 2025, I did not miss any meetings until I'm going to miss a meeting well, I won't be at a lodge in May. So, you know, I don't think necessarily that I've said this, like, I attended every meeting and I'm grateful and I'm proud of the fact that I attended every meeting. I don't think that I expect a brother to attend every meeting, but I expect him to attend at least two per year. But even that's not fair, and that's my point. I'm no longer, well, I guess I should say I am, but I'm trying to direct my anger where it should be. I'm not angry at Masons for not attending. I'm angry at the Grand Lodge that allows it. It would be the same thing as if there was no requirement to pay your dues and brothers just stopped paying their dues. I would not be angry at the brothers. I would not be angry at the brothers for not paying their dues. I would be angry at the Grand Lodge for not enforcing it. In the same way, I'm trying to say, as much as it frustrates me and hurts me, I'm no longer, I'm trying not to be angry at the Masons who miss, but rather at the Grand Lodges who don't care if they miss. In the same way, if you don't pay your dues, but Grand Lodge says it's not a big deal, I can't really be mad at people for not paying their dues. You know, it just kind of you care about what you enforce. That's maybe the best lesson I learned, not just as a probation officer, but when I worked in jail as well. I worked in the jail. It was the same thing. The thing I learned is if you set an expectation but you don't enforce it, you don't care about it. And the worst thing you can do is have different expectations for different brethren, not sorry, different inmates or different people on probation. In that these people over here will expect all of this from them. These people over here, we expect nothing from them. That's a recipe for disaster. Um, Freemasons need to believe in the supreme being. Sky fishing. What it is up to them. What if your absence leads to the lodge not having a quorum? Well, that's why I do my best to make sure I wouldn't miss a meeting. Now, eventually, it's the dance till you drop. Maybe I'll get to a point where I just drop and I just can't take it anymore. Um, and I burn out, and I, like many other Masons, have done before me and will do after me, unless things change because we're not getting the support from our lodges as a whole. We'll just burn out and fade away, and then I guess so be it. And then if the lodge goes away, the lodge goes away. But for now, anyways, my goal and my plan has always been to try to schedule my events so that, or my trips, so that they do not miss a meeting, so we do get our quorum. And that includes, um, taking an all-night bus, taking an all-night plane, going into my own pocket to catch an Uber, like a 2-hour Uber ride to get there on time. Um, I mean, it's one of those things where I would do my best, and I'm not suggesting that every Mason needs to attend every meeting. I am suggesting, though, that if you don't have to attend any meeting, then I would reconsider this expectation on lodges because you're killing us. When I say your, I mean Grand Lodges. Bricks are pretty old tech. Um, right? And so, and I mean, to my credit, and again, some people will say this is to my credit, some people will say it's not, or we'll just say it doesn't matter. Like I said, there have been a lot of sleepless nights to get back to a lodge meeting. There have been a lot of very expensive cab rides and Uber trips to get back. Um, so it's one of those things where I guess what I'll say is I do my best, and I'm grateful that, or not, I mean, grateful is not the right word. I am equal parts proud and exhausted. I'm proud of how many meetings I've attended and what I've accomplished at those meetings, and I'll put my accomplishments up against anybody's. But I'm also um, recognizing just how exhausting it has been, just how tired I am, and just how hurt I've been by some of this stuff. Like the motorcycle club, it's a great club. I think I've got it here somewhere. My dad did sent me a sweatshirt for the widow's sons. Um, as they did like a fundraiser. Why not? Let me know why not. And by the way, you can say I'm full of shit, right? Why not 007, Rondo? Wait, actually, you said positive things about it. Um, Dirty Dan, Freemasonry is not a cult. I've talked about why already. It does not separate you from family, friends, work. It does not isolate you. Sometimes, honestly, I wish it was more willing to isolate people, to be honest, and have them put Freemasonry first in their life, but it doesn't, and it's causing all sorts of troubles. Um, but yeah, I would say when it comes to that's the main difference between Freemasonry and a cult. Also, Freemasonry does not venerate individuals. It's democratic. It does not um, venerate any particular groups. Like it does not venerate an individual or an ideology, right? Which is the other main thing about cult. You're never allowed to question it at all. So Freemasonry is not a cult. I used to travel 2 hours each way to lodge Lapis Exilis. Yeah. Um, I know many Masons who've traveled 2 hours each way to get to lodge, or who knows? They did whatever it is they had to do to get to lodge. And I know other Masons who live 2 blocks from the lodge and don't go. And Grand Lodge has set up a system where you can't question that. You can't expect them to attend, but you can expect the lodge to suffer if they don't. Yeah, Arn, I don't know if you're saying that in a negative sense, or because that's kind of first how I took it, or if you meant that more as clowns in a negative sense or clowns as in the shrine. Some would call me a clown, and that's perfectly fine, but I wouldn't say Freemasons are clowns. I think some of the decisions that Freemasonry has made over the years have been very harmful, clownish, if you will, but that's not to say they're literally, they're good people trying their best, but refusing to deal with the lack of engagement in any meaningful way. Accept the same things as we always hear from it. The outfits and the tiny cars do remind people of clowns. That is true. That is very true. No, it shouldn't, right? It's the internal and not external. And I think that's one of the best things about Freemasonry. And that's why it's so important that it continues. And that's why it's so important that we set these kind of expectations and we require people to show up, or we change the rules to allow lodges to survive, one or the other, right? If lodges cannot survive under the current rules, the rules need to be changed. Or, um, yeah, if lodges cannot survive under the current rules, the rules need to be changed. And it's insane that we haven't changed them in the 20 something years, at least, that I've been a Freemason on this one particular area. Other things have changed, but not this. Um, I think, to live in a society where Freemasonry is does not exist, what that indicates is we live in a world where the external qualifications are more important than the internal qualifications, where what matters is how much money you make, the job you have, the way you dress, the way you look, and not the internal qualifications of whether you've got $5 in your pocket or $5,000 in your pocket or $5 million in your pocket. That you're still judged based on how you treat others, how you are as a citizen, a neighbor, a friend, and a brother. And I think that if Freemasonry goes away, one of the things that we lose is that recognition and is that demonstration. I think it's a real shame if it happens, which is why it's so important that we push back and we fight back, and we be willing to fight, and we be willing to do whatever we need to do to keep these lodges alive and keep these lodges going, and call out the decisions that are being made, either direct decisions or indirect, and we're not going to deal with it, to try to preserve Freemasonry. Egyptian Goose, by the way, please hit like and subscribe. Why not? Please hit like and subscribe. I just call you 4sec. Please hit like and subscribe. I prefer the rapier. I mean, I used to be whatchamacallit. I used to be a fencer way back in the day, so. And I can't think of the name of the swords now. The epee, the very first sword. That's the one I did the most frequently. Lapis exilis. Let our stories, hopefully we come together more frequently. So Lapis, what do you mean by, how do we instill loyalty? Because the normal way I would think that you instill loyalty is through showing it's through example. If you show up to every meeting, you would hope that would instill in others that same loyalty, but that doesn't seem to be working. If anything, it seems the opposite. The more often one person shows up, everybody else kind of takes that as, well, if this guy's going to be here all the time, I guess I don't need to show up, and then they just don't. Well, maybe it's not about instilling loyalty that is not already present. Maybe it's growing or cultivating that loyalty. I mean, I think that's true for almost everything in life, right? The attribute may exist, but the extent to which we are able to cultivate it, that's what matters. Cast Blast. When did you jump on the stream? Did you miss what I was talking about before? Plastic Fantastic. I'm glad the lodge is still big in Scotland. I was just in Scotland. It was really awesome and I loved it. Um, I think fidelity to be powerful and profound. Just now, well, you missed my rant and my ravings and my yellings and my getting very frustrated and angry. Um, there's I don't know how much I want to go back into it. Here's what I'll say. I joined Freemasonry in 2007 at a time I was told about 45,000 Masons. 2 years ago, I was told there was 28,005. That number keeps on dropping. Um, it's not that Freemasonry should or shouldn't continue. Like, the world is better if Freemasonry exists. The world is a better place if Freemasonry is in it, but that's not the question. Like, that would be the question is, how are we as Freemasons, and more particularly, do the Grand Lodges and are our Grand Lodges putting in the necessary work, demonstrating the necessary commitment, and showing the necessary commitment to continue? Right? It's kind of like asking, should I be healthy? Yes. Do I deserve to be healthy? Well, that depends. Am I putting in exercise? Am I eating well? Am I drinking my water? Whatever it might be, right? So it's one of those things where, should Freemasonry exist? Sure. Does it deserve to exist? Are the Freemasons that exist working hard enough, dedicating themselves hard enough to this thing called Freemasonry? So, Cast Blast, did that make sense? This is the work of all Trey aboard brethren everywhere. I mean, why not 007? Yes, I would say it that way. We are no longer in a situation and in a place where Freemasonry can get by with a small percentage doing the majority of the work. That's not how it goes, right? For Freemasonry to exist and to continue and to grow, it's an all hands on deck. Everybody needs to put in the work. And if they're not putting in the work, does it deserve to continue? No worries, why not? And thank you for being here. Mason should protect that. Gourmet for, I'll take looking like Kurt Angle. Okay. I mean, is there anything, Cast Blast, that you would put as similar? Like, is there anything in your life that you question whether it deserves to continue or not? Like, you love it and you want it to continue, but you question whether it should or not. Well, it's not poison, people. Well, they're different things, right, Java? That's like saying at this point steak is better than salmon. They're different things. It's about preference and tastes. But Freemasonry is not trying to take the church space, and the church space cannot take the Freemason space. One's a civic institution, one's a religious institution. I mean, good works is good works. That's true. I think you need to be careful that, you can get obsessed with good works at the cost of a lot of other things. Sometimes the most important thing is that you just try to be happy. Well, Freemasonry doesn't have false teachings. I wouldn't even use the term teachings for Freemasonry at all, because Freemasonry is not a religion. And when I think of teachings, I think more of religion. Freemasonry is an important civic institution, and it has valuable ethical considerations, but that's not to say there are teachings per se. At least I wouldn't use that term personally. I think that's too close to religion for my liking. Just checking my email quickly. We're going to give it a bit more time. We're going to wait to see who joins. As always, take a moment to hit this like button and the subscribe button. Thank you for being here. Now that I'm done being cranky, and I actually do feel a lot better that I said it, now let's just wait and see if anybody jumps on and says hello. Yeah, why not? I always preferred to call it ethics. I know what you're saying, but I've always thought it's better to think of it as an ethical thing than a moral thing, because I think ethics are more the appropriate definition. Um, no, Egyptian goose, you're not in trouble. But did you hit the like button and the subscribe button? If you didn't do that, then you're in trouble. We're just going to give it a bit more time, and now we're just going to wait to see who joins. Please take a moment, hit that like button and that subscribe button, and thank you all for being here. Does what work for me? Yes, it does. I will take it. Also, if you want to do a super chat, by all means. I've turned on the ads again, so now we're just going to wait and see. My connection to God is far important. It seems you're losing connection with others, and that's more harmful. That I mean, I would think that maybe I would hope that maybe the way to be connected to God is to be connected with your fellow man first and foremost. Like that to me makes far more sense, and that's my suspicion, which is if you generally are more connected with those around you, you'll probably be more connected with your supreme being. At least that's my suspicion. I don't know if it's true or not. I'm not a religious expert by any means, so if it doesn't make sense, let me know. Yes, Egyptian goose, you're gonna be fine. I'm just waiting now. We're kind of done the cranky part of the stream, so now it's just hang out, wait to see who joins, and yeah. But no, I promise you, I'm not writing a police report on you. Herbs and animals, our life is back. Welcome back once again. No, it's not code, I promise. Sorry, Lapis, you agreed with what I said, or you agree with legalized dreamfish? Oh, well, I'll take both then. All right. So I promise you, you're not getting it. Although it'd be kind of fun to get, it'd be kind of fun to send a courier pigeon. I've never sent a courier pigeon before. I don't know what that would even look like. Can you even buy courier pigeons anymore? I once knew a girl who told me about this famous pigeon who was, um, who was like worked for the Allies during World War One and would send messages back and forth between the troops, and then would send messages back and forth between the troops, and then it got shot while it was flying overhead. It managed to still get to the other side to get to the message sent, and they actually ended up giving it like a prosthetic leg because its legs got shot off, or at least one of them. And then yeah, it was like famous. So I have no legs. There's a pigeon that had no legs. We both got artificial legs. I thought that was really cool. Pigeons come from, do they? I did not know that. That's really cool if that's the case. And Noah used, I did not know that either, but that's really cool as well. By the way, if you guys want to hit that super chat, just 99 cents helps out big time. Doesn't, I mean, animals are incredible, and that includes pigeons. And the way pigeons are able to like make things work. I mean, the animals in general, right? Like nothing but respect to animals. They are pretty incredible. By the way, I'm now 2 subscribers down. When I started this stream, I was at 3,801. Now I'm at, I don't even know what I'm at. Now I'm at 3,799. Welcome if you're just joining us. I just got over and through ranting, so now we're here hanging out. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, please let me know. And we're going to give it a bit more time and wait to see who jumps on. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, please let me know. We got hearts. Is that Smokey the Clown? And if that is Smokey, welcome. Thank you for being here. I got upset and angry, and I was ranting about attendance requirements and quorum. So there you go. Welcome. Oh, you're doing the hearts? Well, thank you, Egyptian Goose, for the hearts. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. Well, it's much appreciated. It makes things like it's really, really appreciated to have the hearts. I mean, engagement is what drives well, actually, engagement is what drives Freemasonry, and engagement is what also drives YouTube. I mean, in some ways, you can kind of, there's parallels between being on YouTube and being a Freemason, in that what matters is not actually how much, like how many subscribers you have. That helps a lot, and I'm grateful for every subscriber. But what matters is, are they leaving comments? Are they checking out videos? Are they sharing? Are they engaging in the chat? Freemasonry is kind of the same way. It doesn't matter how many members you have, it matters how many of them are showing up and being involved. No, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I can imagine Cast Blast. It's one of those things where it's probably very easy to feel. It's probably very easy to like. I think sometimes people struggle with this idea of: are you too connected to people, not connected enough? Are you oversharing? Are you undersharing? What does it mean to feel that way, right? Like I think a lot of people are struggling with that. So. But I think in general, just try to be a good person. That's what matters. Well, more than they should be right now, Yash Pathak. If you're a new member, you're what's called an entered apprentice. As an entered apprentice, you're basically there and you're responsible for learning. You should be attending as much as you can. You should show up as much as you can, and you should dedicate yourself to kind of just two ears, one mouth. So you should be listening twice as much as you speak. Being good to yourself and good to others is a good idea for an entered apprentice, also for a worshipful master, also for anybody anywhere in between. By the way, if anyone ever did want to check it out, the Grand Master of Indiana is doing a presentation on education, information, and inspiration um, on Facebook. He's got 65 people watching him right now. So you should check it out. I mean, there is a lot of Masonic lodges in Minnesota. You should absolutely go check it out. I think it'd be really cool. You might really enjoy it, and you might learn something new. I am learning, though, that I cannot hold my pee forever. I have to go to the washroom like crazy. So I'm going to give you this. This is my co-host. I got to run to the washroom. I'll be back in a moment. Uh, don't go too far. I just got to run to the washroom like crazy. There we go. Yes, Marty the Moose is back. He's my co-host. He's a very important co-host, a very important part of the channel. Cast Blast, there is probably a Masonic lodge close to you in Minnesota. I wouldn't doubt it at all, and I wouldn't be surprised, so you should check it out. To your title, know of the principles. Well, I mean, so this is kind of the way I need people to think about this question. When I say if the principle of Freemasons is against you or your folk, so I think Freemasonry is a good thing. I think the principles of Freemasonry is a good thing. I think Freemasonry is not against anybody. But I think that the work and the effort and the choices we are making are not conducive to Freemasonry existing. I mean, a good way to think about it is It's like asking the question, should somebody be healthy versus does somebody deserve to be healthy? The question of should somebody be healthy is yes, right? That's an automatic and an obvious thing. I think you should be healthy. Does somebody deserve to be healthy? Well, are they exercising? Are they eating well? Are they going to the gym? Are they drinking enough water? Freemasonry, it's the same thing. Should Freemasonry exist? Yes. Does Freemasonry deserve to exist? I guess the question is, do you think Freemasons are making enough responsible decisions, are showing up to lodge, are dedicating themselves to lodge enough to care, to make it deserve to exist? Because that's one of those things where I think a lot of us have very, just because something should be doesn't mean it deserves to be. Everybody should be healthy, but if you're eating cheeseburgers and never working out, you're not going to be. Everybody should be happy, but are you taking steps to be happy? I think sometimes we forget that both of them are equally as important. All right, we're going to give it a bit more time. It's not just whether something should exist, it's whether something deserves to exist. I'm going to wait for you to hit the like button and the subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing. If you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear them. And we'll just give it some time. I think I might be missing some comments. A lot of things seem to not be coming. Oh, no, never mind. Oh, Elite Bloodline. That's one of my favorite knock knock jokes. How many Masons does it take to change a light bulb? It's a secret. That's always the answer I give. Well, I don't think there would have been at that time. I mean, human beings, why not, are capable of some pretty incredible things. So it doesn't strike me as shocking or impossible that they would be able to create some pretty stupendous edifices, right? I think that statement is not from our ritual. I think that's from emulation, if I recall correct. Or sorry, Preston Webb. But I mean, it doesn't shock me that human beings are capable of producing some pretty incredible things. They don't necessarily need stone. Or iron, excuse me. Thank you, Lapis, and I hope you enjoyed what I had to say. Sometimes you get angry and you just got to say it. So I appreciate you being here nonetheless. I'm going to go back now to the super chats as well. So if anyone wants to give a super chat, just give $2 and you'll hear your super chat right out, text to speech, which is kind of a fun thing. Thank you. Actually, Lapis, you just did, don't go quite yet. Just give me 1 second. You just gave the Star Trek Spock hands. I just noticed. Um, Thank you, cast. There is The institution of Starfleet Lodge, Sunday, April 12th, 2026. Ceremony 11 a.m. Pleasanton number 321, Quarry Lane, Suite 350, Pleasanton, CA 94566. So Starfleet Lodge is coming to us. It's interesting. I've been to a few different science fiction or um, sci-fi based lodges over the years. It's kind of cool. I have not. I'm not Royal Arc. I am. I'm Scottish, right? I'm 18th degree Scottish, right? I'm also obviously worshipful master of my lodge. So I have not seen Conehead Droll de Camp, but thank you for being here. Uh, I've seen like clips of it, but never seen the whole thing. Please, as always, though, don't forget to hit the like button and the subscribe button. I would truly, truly appreciate it. And I hope you're doing well. I didn't know Sinbad was in Coneheads. I knew Dan Aykroyd was. What's our purpose on Earth? We're a real fan. Hopefully, your purpose. I did not know that. Why not? I'll check that out. Hopefully, your purpose for being here is hit the like button and the subscribe button. Your purpose on the channel on Earth, I would hope it would be to make the world a better place, if possible. Apparently, the stars say do not make any permanent. That's always good advice. That's always good advice. Do not make any permanent decisions. I mean, because usually you want to try to leave yourself an out if you can, so as not to make a permanent decision. Find generally always having an escape route is not the worst idea in the world. So, Jason, no. I mean, I've never really heard of any Masonic, like, there are a lot of weddings that take place in Masonic buildings because Freemasonry has some absolutely beautiful and gorgeous Masonic buildings out there, without a doubt. Um, but there's no like Masonic wedding regalia. I mean, Masonic uniform would be a apron usually, and we're not allowed to wear those except if we have permission from the Grand Lodge in advance. I'm not sure what our saving graces will necessarily be. I think if you're, I think what you're saying is in the ritual in York, right? But it's going to be tough to find saving graces necessarily, right? Oh, looks like the Windsor Spitfires have won the first game of the playoff series. Game 2 of the series is set for Sunday at the WFCU Center. That's today, right? Yeah, today is Sunday. Spitfires. Curious now to see how the Spitfires did. Or is it next week? When is this game 2? Because the Spitfires did a lot of really cool stuff. Well, I can't find it, but... And it's also the white out, by the way. I think they just bring like a white towel. I cannot find it, but go Spits, go. I love the Spitfires. They're a wonderful part of Windsor. They're a wonderful part about what it is to be Windsor. And yeah, they're at Windsor Institution. We're going to keep hanging out, wait to see who joins. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. I am not in New York. I am in Windsor, Ontario, Canadian. Born and raised in Winnipeg, currently live in Windsor. Berry, it's not a fish, but I love raw oysters. They're my favorite things in the world. I think they're absolutely awesome. So I'm a Canadian Mason. That's why, like, one of the things, I don't know, not every jurisdiction has the same requirements, right? Not every jurisdiction has the same quorum requirements. We're going to just hang out, give it a bit more time. We're just basically at this point waiting to see who jumps on the stream to say hello. What time we got? I've been streaming for a couple hours. It's been great. Consider yourself. I'm currently the Worshipful Master of Border Cities Lodge number 554. Well, this is interesting. It sounds like... Let me see. So yeah, I've also past mastered 2 other lodges. Let me see what's happening with these peace talks, which seem to have ended. You cannot separate the condition of Freemasonry from the conditions of the world. That includes Trump and Iran and everything else. Trump has threatened to blockade an already blockaded strait. The president is risking sending oil and gas prices even higher to maximize leverage over Iran. Nice. It's exhausting. It's exhausting. People don't realize how tiring it is. And when you're struggling with things like quorum and attendance and everything else in Grand Lodge, this is why people burn out. But congratulations. You should also be very proud of the work that you did. Or the work that you do, I should say, not just did. The work that you did to become a Freemason, to become a worshipful master, and the work that you're doing to help your lodge. I think that's awesome. What would you say, why not, is your favorite thing about being the worshipful master at your lodge? Well, they're consumed by their decision as to what to prioritize. Like if you offered them $1 million to come to lodge, they'd find a way to come to lodge, despite their cares of employment and the world, right? They could make it work. Well, I mean, I suppose let's say because a million you're not going to have to work anymore. $500, they'd find a way to make it. Is my suspicion. They wouldn't be able to quit their job, but they'd find a way to take the time off to get to work, to get to the lodge. But I think a lot of places are struggling. I mean, it seems like Texas has been doing well in a lot of things. Brad Billings has been doing a lot of great work. So it seems like in some ways Texas is doing quite well. Well, yeah, I mean, there's so many things you can do. It's just the guys are choosing not to do it. And I can tell you, in Ontario, they're choosing not to do it because they know that Grand Lodge doesn't care and won't enforce their attendance, right? They'll enforce them paying money, but they won't enforce their attendance. Um, yeah, they are. But I mean, I know New York is really struggling, which I think is right where you're from, if I recall it correctly. So a lot of places are really struggling at the moment. Um, but you've shown it's possible. There's ways to make this work. You just have to want to, and you have to care. That's all. And you have to think ahead a little bit, whatever it might be. We are just going to be hanging out, waiting a bit longer. Once again, no real, at this point, just any discussion, any comments, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them. No specific talking points. I will be back on tomorrow at 1 p.m. Probably going to talk a little more about the Artemis space mission. There is not a national or international leader. Freemasonry is decentralized. There is not a single governing. There's not a single governing body within Freemasonry. Rather, it's decentralized. In the states, it goes state by state. In Canada, it goes province by province. That would be a problem. Why not? Without a doubt. Yeah, I could see this being a major problem. Yes, very often people do prioritize the superficial. And when you have a thing like Freemasonry, which so promotes the not superficial, but actually the internal qualifications of man, it makes things a lot harder. And also, how much substance are they going to find if they come to a lodge and there's seven people showing up, right? Or eight people, or two people, or three people, or whatever it might be. Both within the lodge and within themselves, right? Both is equally as important. We're just going to give it a bit more time and wait to see who joins. But for now, we're just going to hang out, wait to see who else joins. If you've not done so yet, please hit like, please hit subscribe. I'd much, much appreciate it. Yes, it is not that we wish to keep secrets, but it is what men truly seek to know cannot be conveyed in words. Well, it cannot be conveyed except through experience, right? Like I've used this example many times when discussing Freemasonry. It's not that there are many people who are not Freemasons who are experts on Freemasonry. Like they've read every book about it multiple times, they've seen all the rituals, blah, blah, blah. They like when I say seen all the rituals, I mean they found the ritual books and they've looked up stuff online and maybe they've seen some stuff that's true and some stuff that's not true, but they've seen everything. They found the old ritual books at pawn shops or old libraries. They've read it all. They know everything about Freemasonry based on reading it, But if you've never been a Freemason, you don't really know what it's like, right? Like that's the key thing that people need to keep in mind and people need to remember. It's not, Freemasonry is experiential. If you're not a Freemason, I don't care how much you know. I don't care if you know more than me. You've not experienced as much as I. Like you don't know Freemasonry the way you do if you've taken part. And the more you take part, that's how you know. It's just in the same way. You can read every book there is on riding a bicycle. It's not going to make a difference until you actually ride a bicycle. That's how you truly understand it. It's the experience, not the intellectual exercise that matters most when it comes to Freemasonry or riding a bicycle. I saw that. I heard about that. He'll be back sooner or later, I'm sure. How's it going, airline pilot? I hope you're doing well. Well, there you go. Egyptian Goose is back. I hope you guys will consider doing a super chat. Just 99 cents would help out big time on the stream. And let me know how you're doing. Good. I'm glad you're doing very well. I hope you'll hit the like button and the subscribe button. I would be much obliged. I think just like, you're already subscribed. And we are, been a very good stream, but we'll keep it going. I know I'm just hanging out. I gave my spiel. I gave my complaints. I hope they made sense. Now we're back to just chatting and hanging out and waiting to see who wants to join. We're here to chat about Freemasonry. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral? Good, good. Was there anything that stood out to you with what I was saying? Right? Either things that made sense to you or things that didn't make sense. Either or is fine with me. And if something didn't make sense, let me know why it didn't make sense. I have a tin of sardines or oysters somewhere, and then some cookies and some lunch meat. It's going to be like a free for all. It gets, I mean, it gets a little bit complicated. As a general rule, I try to be somewhat circumspect. The example I use, why not, is the family recipe analogy. I don't know if you've heard me say that before. Thank you, airline. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. I love spaghetti squash too. I like vegetables more and more. It's funny, as I've gotten older, I've grown to like vegetables a lot more than I did before. So I think they're incredible. Nice. New York strip is awesome. Yeah, I know what you meant, that you love vegetables. I mean, you're from New York, if I recall correctly, you said above. So New York strip sounds very sensible when it comes to your dinners. What do you find you get in terms of attendance to like a past masters night? Zucchini with spaghetti and garlic bread is really good as well. What would you say is that should be the question? What is your favorite vegetable? Here's a better question. What's your favorite meal you've ever had at Lodge? For me, my favorite meal I ever had at Lodge was actually in Rio de Janeiro. It was incredible. Um, I remember it was like leek pasta with soup and potatoes and pork. It was so good. It was in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Oh, is the Moon Lodge, is that one of the lodges where it meets just when the moon is full, if I recall correctly? There is some interesting lodges now doing some stuff with lodges doing some stuff lately with like fine dining. There's a lodge in England that's a fine dining lodge. It's really cool. I don't think we have moon lodges. I've never, I mean, I've heard of them, but I don't think I've ever seen one. Just hanging out, Jeremy. We're done kind of any specific talking points, so now we're just chatting. Consider hitting the like button if you have not done so yet. Maybe a super chat, whatever else you want to do. Um, or just let me know how you're doing. We're not having any specific talking points now. We're just back to chatting. I mean, you could probably speak generally, not specifically, but I'm sure there are some general ideas you could give. I mean, part of me feels like you should listen to nature more than me. Not that nature isn't wonderful. Or sorry, not that I'm not wonderful, but nature is really beautiful as well. So I hope you enjoy whatever you're listening to, I hope you'll enjoy it. I mean, I guess my question is, what would the revelation mean to you, like in your day-to-day life, right? Because Freemasonry has given me a lot of ethics and a lot of ethical kind of guidelines, temperance, patience, charity, and different sorts. What are some of the revelations? How have they helped you kind of in your day-to-day? I can listen to it in you. Well, and it's much appreciated, believe me. But nature is pretty wonderful. What's your favorite part of being in nature? the talk. I mean, one of my favorite quotes ever is silence is the true voice of God, all else is a poor translation. But, I suppose I don't follow that since I talk all the time. We're just going to keep hanging out, wait to see who joins. Once again, please take a moment, hit like and subscribe. Thank you for doing well. And so he said it's nice. That's cool. So, Jeremy, what is your, like, when you say in nature, are you on your property? Are you camping? Where are we finding you? And we're just going to keep hanging out. We're just keep waiting to see who joins. No specific topics. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear it. Nicole Smith, hello. How's it going? Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. Please hit like and subscribe. My grandma's house is private property. Nice. So is there a lot of nature there? Like, is it a big backyard? Is it close to the woods? Nam, I'm doing well. How are you doing? We're just going to hang out, keep getting a bit more time, wait to see who joins. Please consider a like. Please consider a subscribe. Please consider a like, subscribe, super chat, just $2. Whatever you want to do. They were big everywhere, but yeah, I like the Bare Naked Ladies. I mean, they were cool. So yeah. Um, I mean, I love music in general. I actually recently found a song sung by, he was the guitar player for Bare Naked Ladies, and he was singing with Chris Hadfield, this Canadian space astronaut, which is really cool. Oh, I'll double check. Chris Hadfield song. He did it with Bare Naked Ladies. Um, So it's ISS is somebody singing. You can find it on YouTube if you go Chris Hadfield and Bare Naked Ladies with the Wexford Gleeks as well. No, Freemasons, including Eastern Star, are not sacrificing anybody, women or otherwise. So you've heard wrong. Freemasons don't sacrifice. It would be clearly illegal and immoral as well. Just a few acres? I mean, just a few acres still sounds pretty awesome. I'm sure you're grateful for those just a few acres. Well, thank you. Why not? And thank you for being here. I hope you had a good time. And we're just back to hanging out, waiting to see who joins. I suspect they will, Nan. We'll see. I'm going to try to cover it if it does on my podcast. We will see, but my suspicion is they are going to go up, unfortunately. Thank you. I do these lives Mondays through Fridays, 1 a.m. and 1 p.m. And then also, the best way to do it to keep an eye out is turn on your notification bell. That way, whenever I'm streaming, you'll get a notification bell and you'll know what you'll know I'm streaming and you'll come check me out. So turn on that notification bell. So turn on that notification bell when you hit the like and subscribe button. Hello, apps. How's it going? Thank you for being here. I hope you hit the like and subscribe button. Apps, how's it going? Thank you for being here. Well, then hit the like button, consider some super chats, some hearts, all that good jazz. But how is your day treating you? And for the time being, though, we're just going to wait and see who wants to join. At any chat, anyone wants to talk about Freemasonry, thoughts you have, positive, negative, neutral, let me know. We're just going to keep hanging out, waiting to see who joins. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral? Give it a bit of time. Let's see who joins. Hold on just one sec. I'm going to see if the messages are all coming through. I already had my main topic, so today we're just hanging. So at this point, we're just waiting to see who wants to join, who wants to chat about anything. Welcome. If you're doing well, please hit like, please hit subscribe. Thank you so much for being here. Luncheon meat, some tuna, some oysters. Who says I want to be a 33rd degree Mason, Fort Ribeye? And why do you think I want to be a 33rd degree Mason? And why do you think that would be not just my goal, but anybody's goal? Like, what is so valuable about being a 33rd degree? Based on what? I mean, because I can assure you I'm not. I don't really have any interest in being a 33rd degree Mason. Um, why would you assume that I would want that? If I wanted that, wouldn't I have gone on to be at least an 32nd degree? Why would I have stopped at 18? And why is 33rd an achievement? Why is it so important? I mean, I think crop circles are all fake, right? Well, they're not fake, but they're man-made things to trick people into thinking aliens visited. I think it's funny. All like these non-Masons are obsessed with 33rd degree and think it means like it's what we all want. It's not. That's not how it works. Being a 33rd degree Freemason is not like the most important thing. Um, it's a great achievement if you make it, if you're interested in it, but it doesn't matter. What matters is your third degree. That's the highest degree in Freemasonry. I mean, like under the laws of physics, I don't see why an alien couldn't visit, but I don't think any have, and I don't think any will. I think we're alone in the universe. So I do believe that we are alone in the universe. I'm not sure what that means when you say physically or spiritually. Like, physically, I think we're alone in the universe. Hold on just one second. It's getting kind of dark here. Like, is it possible that there's additional alien life out there? I mean, sure, anything's possible. I don't know if I buy it or not, though. Jason Voorhees, hello. Please hit like and subscribe. Or do you mean like physically visit? You should not make crop circles. Crop circles are vandalism. Don't ruin people's crops, whether you're a Mason or otherwise. So, no, you do not get to make crop circles as a Mason. That's not cool at all. I'm getting close to over 1,000 views on this video, so help a brother out. Share this video with other people. Hit the like button and the subscribe button. If you're new, consider a super chat, just $2. And we're just going to keep hanging out, give it more time. Please hit like, please hit subscribe, and let me know how you're doing. We're just going to keep waiting to see who joins. No specific talking points, anything you want to talk about. I don't know. I mean, probably a little while. I didn't really plan it. After I got through, my complaints and my anger, it's just to hang out, wait to see who joins as I sneeze. None, but I have a cat. Like all cats, my cat doesn't listen to me ever, but I have a cat. We should communicate with more animals. I mean, there should be a Masonic animal. Actually, I don't know if there is or not. I suppose if I had to think of like the type of Masonic animal that exists, or the closest animal to Freemason, maybe a beaver. I mean, a beaver works with wood, but it's still a builder. Maybe ants of some sort, like termites. I mean, if there were underwater temples, then I'm sure we could. It's just not something of which I'm aware at the moment. But let me tell you, if I ever found an underwater temple, I would totally watch. I would totally explore it because it'd be really cool. We're just gonna keep hanging out. Don't forget to do those super chats, just $2. You'll hear your things. You'll hear your super chat gone through or read through text to speech. Underwater temples. Oh, I see what happened, Jeremy. I see the joke there. Took me a second. Do you get to cast spells You do not get as a Freemason to cast spells on anybody. Mason, Masonic or otherwise. I don't believe spells exist. Like I don't believe you can actually cast spells on people, but you know, if you could cast spells, very sorry to disappoint, but you cannot cast spells on anybody, Masonic or otherwise. But magic doesn't exist. It's all an illusion. It's just illusions and more illusions. Illusions and trickery, if you will. Well, I mean, there are Wiccans that exist in Freemasonry. I've met a couple of them. I believe they exist. As a Wiccan, I understand that they practice spells, but I don't think they're literally, for example, making rabbits appear from thin air. I think it's more of a spiritual exercise as opposed to anything else. Well, I mean, I think Wiccans are true. Do I believe magic exists? I guess I don't believe anything exists that can push against the laws of nature. So, if anything is a physical law, then I don't believe it's possible for magic to circumvent it. We're just going to keep hanging out. You waiting to see who joins? It's been a fun stream thus far. No, but there are doctors who can cure the sick who are Masons who can cure the sick with their medical degree. So, there's that. I mean, if you're looking for medical advice, A, don't be on this channel, but B, consider, a doctor and not potions and plants. Would be my advice on that. And let's just wait to see who joins as always. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. I hope you're all doing well. Let me know how your day is going. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, or anything else you want to talk about. Doesn't even have to be about Freemasonry per se. Now, tomorrow, I'm probably going to be later on the stream. Won't quite be at 1 p.m., but I will try to get it in there as soon as I possibly can. What are the personal benefits of being a Mason? I mean, the personal benefits of being a Mason are different for everybody. It depends on the Mason himself. Like one of the benefits I get is knowing, getting to feel closer to my grandfather, who was a Freemason himself. And so by joining, I get to feel closer to it. But ultimately, to him, you develop skills, memorization skills, you develop the ability to organize meetings. There's a lot of administrative skills, but you shouldn't think about things in terms of desiring to, it's not about ultimately what you benefit from it, it's what you contribute to it. I said it before, being a Freemason is giving up a part of yourself, giving up a part of yourself to be part of something bigger than yourself. You should always think about it first and foremost in terms of what you can contribute more so than anything else. But also, look, there's a social safety net aspect to it. Many cases and many times within Freemasonry, Brethren will be assisted. They'll be able to keep their apartment. If they run into trouble, they can ask for assistance from the lodge. There are health benefits to having friends, to being part of a group. So it's one of those things where being a Freemason, there are a lot of benefits, but each benefit is completely unique to the individual, which is a really cool part of it, right? Freemasonry is one of those things where it's commonality of symbolism and commonality of understanding, but with individual interpretations and individual benefits. So there you go. I hope that made sense. Let me know if it did. And we're still hanging out, waiting to see who joins. What's up, first name, last name? I'm doing well. How are you doing? Thank you for being here. Please take a moment, hit that like button and that subscribe button. I would be much, much obliged. I'm 33 years old. We got 34 likes at the moment. So sorry, Josh. We're one away from 33. No, no Masonic costumes. I mean, honestly, just get an apron. You can buy one from a regalia store, but I'd rather you didn't do that. Don't want to get all like shirty about it, but let's not be dressing up as let's not be dressing up as Masons. I feel like that's a lot of miles. Make sure you're talking to a doctor. Because I feel like that'd be really hard to do. We're going to just keep hanging out. We're just going to wait to see who joins. As always, please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. Let me know how you're doing. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral? I'd love to hear them. But the most important symbol of Freemasonry is the apron. So there you go. Now, what you said be a trend, although people dressing as that's going to be a thing now. All right, that's fine. It'll be, it'll become a whole thing now. Everybody's going to be fine. Honestly, there are far worse things in the world than people dressing as Freemasons. Um, we're seeing some of them right now with some of the problems that exist in the world and people being hurt. Obviously, the shame that the recent ceasefire talks with Iran ended. We're going to keep our fingers crossed that there's new talks soon. We don't want anybody to be hurt. Nothing is going to happen. I mean, we'll see. People keep, I don't know if we know for sure what's going to happen or not happen. I think that's what is so frightening to people. It's one of those things where you want to assume that everything's going to be okay. But even if there's a 5% chance of using nuclear weapons, that's 5% too many considering what it could do to the world. I mean, if I type in nuclear weapons and I go to news, Iran's nuclear program has survived, posing problem for U.S. negotiations. J.D. Vance says talks end without deal after Iran refuses U.S. demand not to develop nuclear weapons. Trump shouldn't get away with threats of annihilation, nuclear or otherwise. Let a couple of nuclear bombs drop on us. Trump says the economy could be much worse. It's very interesting things that we're seeing, that's for sure. But hopefully things like Freemasonry can help make people feel better and provide people with a level of comfort and support and knowledge that things like brotherhood and kindness and respect and understanding do actually exist. But we don't want to just assume just because nothing has happened, nothing will happen, Jeremy. Like, I think that's one of the biggest mistakes we can make. Brody joined Freemasons. Brody as in from Mallrats? I'll take it. I'll take it. If that's what you're talking about. Fire for real? Fire FRR. Please hit like and subscribe. We're going to just keep hanging out. We're going to wait to see who joins. I got a job. It's doing this. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. And please consider a super chat. Because I'm about 45 or 50, 45 views away from getting over 1,000 on the stream. So if I got that, that would be really, really cool. Let's see if we can get there. And I will be back on tomorrow as well at 1 p.m. Eastern approximately, give or take. So I am definitely not a jobless Mason, good sir, but all right. Please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. Believe me, Freemasonry is a full-time job. It's an odd square head. Hello, the great. Oh, it's old gray square head. Yes, it is old square head. How's it going? Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. or just the like button, and consider a super chat, just $2. We're just going to keep hanging out, keep chatting. Anyone wants to jump in and say hello? Good for you, the gray tone. You definitely were an operative Mason, not a real Mason, but an operative Mason. We're speculative Masons, but nothing but respect. I cannot imagine, like, I am not able to build anything to save my life. So, nothing but respect to you. Well, I'm trying to do this for a living, so you kind of got to turn my passion for Freemasonry into a profession. Please hit like, please hit subscribe, and I hope that you're doing well. I'm 42. I rely on my savings. What ish? What is the ish of which you speak? But so there's the Order of Women Freemasons, which women can join, obviously. There's also Eastern Star, which is a very valuable part of the craft. So, yes, there are many different things women can join within Freemasonry. And they're a very valuable part of the craft. I think one of the biggest mistakes we made within Freemasonry was arguing that for a long time we ignored things like the Order of Women Freemasons, who are nonetheless an incredibly valuable part of the craft and of Freemasonry. All right, let me see if I can get this set up a little bit better. That is not even a little bit true. What about every craftsman who existed? Or everybody who does arts and crafts? All right, I guess we'll go like that. This is like a better angle, out of curiosity. What do you guys think of the way this looks? Because this is my... That might not be a bad idea. I'm understanding that Bitcoin is on the dip right now, but I don't know enough about Bitcoin. This is not a financial expert thing. Fix my collar? All right. You want me to fix my collar? There we go. Collar is now fixed. Very similar. Yeah, but there's also Eastern Star, which is for men and women, and there's youth groups, D Malay and Rainbow. As always, please don't forget, if you're hanging out here, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and let me know how your day is going. I mean, I'm always clean, but the I usually shave like once every couple of weeks. I'm too lazy. Basically, when I get my hair cut, I get a shave as well. So there you go. Glad I look clean though. I'm very old and tired. Not so why aren't you having any good days? The gray tone. What would you say is causing you to have not that many good days? And I doubt there's much I can do to help you with it, but because I'm pretty far away from you, but maybe these streams give you at least a little bit of enjoyment. There we go. The Freemason thing is not an uplifting story. Well, I mean, I don't want to be uplifting or downlifting. I don't know what you mean. Do you mean my Masonic story? Do you mean Freemasonry in general? What do you find not uplifting about Freemasonry or the Freemason story? Which I guess would mean you find it downlifting, or I don't know what the term is, depressing. My radishes have sprouted. Forgot to. Well, that is awesome. So you a gardener? Like, are you what's your favorite thing to garden? Who is not free or not like Freemasons? We are free. I mean, I don't know what that means. Like the term free meant freedom of movement or free stone. The term Masons, it refers to operative Freemasons. I'm not really sure what you mean by that. I don't know what that means, Chip Broadhead, but it sounds gross. By the way, welcome if you're just joining us. Please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral? I'd love to hear them. Nice. What would you say are two of the things you've learned the most from it? Like, what are the two things that you have most learned from gardening? Hello, Gooey. Yes, please like and subscribe. And please hit like, please hit subscribe if you are new to the stream. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral? I'd love to hear it. Direction and placement. Okay, so when you say direction, do you mean and placement? Is that like how you place the crops, the fruits, the vegetables in the ground? Um, Is there anything you've learned more in general about life? Like what you would say you've learned most lessons from gardening that you find applicable to life? Or do you mean directional placement both in gardening and in life? Because that'd be really cool. I can see that. There's so many different things that we can learn, I believe, about like whether we're gardeners or Freemasons or authors or playing sports. It's amazing the lessons we can take from that and apply it to our day-to-day lives. It's really incredible, in my humble opinion. So, simulation, it's not that Freemasons should continue. That's not really what I mean by that. Because I think Freemasonry should continue as well. I think the question is, does Freemasonry deserve to continue? And that's a very different question, right? Should I be healthy? Yes. Do I deserve to be healthy? How hard am I working? Right? That's one of those questions where the question isn't just should, but how hard are you working? So that is, but the beautiful thing about it is, I mean, I guess your answer, right? So the difference between should and deserve, I should be healthy. Do I deserve to be healthy? Do I deserve to be healthy depends on if I'm working out, exercising, etc., etc. Do you think Freemasonry is doing a sufficient amount that it deserves to exist? And if so, what do you think it is? Or do you think it needs to do more and do something different? Masonism sounds, well, Freemasonry is about being included into a group. By definition, right? Freemasonry is a group, so it would make sense that you would be included into it. That's true for all groups, right? We are at 37 likes. Thank you so much. So that's a good question. So what, but again, the issue isn't like choosing to stop per se. The issue is if our membership numbers get sufficiently low and if our number of lodges get sufficiently low, then is that going to just naturally result in Freemasonry dying? Like, and are we making decisions that maybe don't encourage new membership or membership retention? But I do agree, as a general rule, Freemasonry has been a force for good in the world for a very long time, and it'd be a shame if it stopped being a force for good. It'd be a shame if it stopped existing altogether. Um, as always, please take a moment, hit the like and subscribe button when you get the chance. That's, I mean, that'd be awesome. That's a big hope, without a doubt, though. I don't know. I mean, it's tough to say. Has that happened a lot, Jeremy? Have you had bad weather patterns, be they storms or whatever might be, ruin your crops? And if so, are there steps you can take to try to limit that, like maybe putting them under cover of some sort or special type of soil that's maybe more resistant to drainage? But that's probably a pretty good lesson in there as well, right? Which is um, there's always going to be storms. It's up to you to prepare for them. Oh, Dynasty is happening right now. Oh, Orange Cassidy, Roderick Strong, call a third man. They've officially challenged for the belts. Have you ever had a really bad storm ruin your crops, Jeremy, or what was that like? Oof. Sure, just haven't learned it yet. That's a good way to say it though as well though, right? There is, you just haven't learned it yet because I'm sure you'll discover it, you'll learn it, you'll figure it out as you go. That's a beautiful thing about this thing called life, right? We just keep on learning as we go. And I'm sure that you're going to figure it out as you go. So, what would you say is the hardiest plant? Like, if you're a beginner gardener and you've never done it before, what is the easiest plant to grow? Because and also, I don't have a lot of space. I live in a condo, but I do have a balcony. Could I grow something on the balcony? And what suggestions would you have? Masons have brotherhood, and there have been times when I've been able to call a brother and ask for assistance, but this goes to something I talked about before. Like to me, one of the most important things that we can do, sometimes that's true, Jeremy. Sometimes it doesn't feel quite so beautiful, but that's still a valid point. What I have found is sometimes and very often, we as Freemasons don't do enough to ensure we're there to help our brothers. Samuel Palpatine came back a lot better than I was a few hours ago, so I'm doing well. Thank you for being here. One thing I find is we as Freemasons should, for example, and I've suggested this before, have a list of brothers who have resources to help others. A list of couches you can sleep on if let's say you have a house fire. A list of brothers who are willing to offer rides to special events, appointments, whatever it might be. Like there's so many incredible and amazing things that we can do. No, same property. Probably just because I have my camera at this weird angle. I would love to see every Mason know the number for, self-harm prevention, 988. Know the number for Telehealth Ontario, which is, let me just get it here, 811. Know the number for emergency services, for city services, 311. I would love it if we knew all of that stuff and took the time to know all of that stuff. I am still streaming B7. I was very cranky a few hours ago, as you noticed. I've calmed down. It felt good to get it off my chest, to be honest, and I feel better. Like I said, I may get in trouble for saying it, but I stand by everything I said, and I don't regret it. And yeah, we'll see what happens. Cucumbers, radishes, bell peppers, and tomato plants are easy. So if I was growing stuff on my balcony, I don't have a lot of space, and I mean, I don't want to put a ton of weight on it with, even though it's fine, it can handle a lot of weight. Like, I don't necessarily know how deep I could go with my planters. So for balcony, assuming I had to do relatively shallow, I don't know, maybe a foot of soil at the most, maybe a foot and a bit. What would you say I should do? Yes, B710. I agree. If no one gets serious, it could die out eventually. I agree with that 100%, and that's why I'm so scared, and that's why I get so passionate. That's why I started Square Compass Promotions to talk about talk about the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it's located, and turn my passion for Freemasonry into a profession. Because we don't find a way to turn this into a profession, we're never going to make it. And I truly believe that. So, yeah. Why do you think that is the case? Because you seem to be saying that like it's obvious, and I'd love it if that was true, but I don't know if we can say it's obvious. What makes you think it's obvious right away? Like, why do you think it's never going to go anywhere? A lot of people are changing in general. You're not wrong about that, B710. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I love Chicago. I think it's an incredible city. So I'm grateful that you're here, and thank you for saying that. I mean, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you seeing my live streams. Don't forget, B7, to always make sure to catch my live streams. Just make sure you turn on your notification bell. That way, whenever I'm streaming, you'll find it. Jason, welcome. You missed my, I don't know if you were there for it, you missed my rant and my ravings. Maybe you were there and I just didn't see you, but welcome. I mailed out your stuff. You should get it very soon. Let me know if you don't. Freemasonry is declining. And it's unfortunate that it is. The question is, are we doing enough to turn it around? Because if we're not, it'll deserve to decline. So B710, if you become a Patreon member at $10 or more per month, or if you give a $10 super chat, you will get 5 commemorative coins from around the world that I've collected. I'll mail them out to you. So I hope that you will check them out. Consider a $10 super chat or joining my Patreon. Patreon.com/square and compass. I mean, so light free, I do think I agree with you. As I have to think about it for a second, like, Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think I know what you're saying. That last line, if that's not happening, it's lost. I mean, certainly if we as Freemasons don't help each other, then it's lost in society. Yes, new haircut. More aerodynamic. I think Freemasons have lost discipline, the discipline to show up, to care. All that stuff absolutely takes discipline and effort. Well, right now, my field or career is this, being a content creator. It was, I was in law for a while. I don't practice law, I'm not a lawyer, but I was involved in the legal field. And then I worked as a probation officer, and then I worked in a jail. I try to help people as much as I can. Sometimes I succeed, sometimes I fail, but I do my best. You know, it's one of those things, it's tough, but I always try. And I'm proud of the fact that I always try. Because effort, time, hard work, dedication, those are Masonic skills. I mean, Jeremy, that would be incredibly kind. If you wanted to, I'd be grateful. Um, Maybe even trade you some seeds for some coins. My mailing address, you can find it at, hold on just 1 second. Um, squareandcompass.ca. Well, thank you, B710X. That's very kind of you, and I really appreciate it. And thank you so much, as always, for being here. Mm. Right now, this is my dinner. I need to do. I need a better dinner. I know. Welcome. Any other information, let me know. Check out my website, squareandcompass.ca, if you want to learn my mailing address. It's very good. It's an almond cookie. No, but I need some more water. This is a very thirsty cookie. I'm going to get more water. I'll be back in a second. Please don't go anywhere. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. I will be grateful. Give me a second to get some more water. All this talking is thirsty work. We actually do have a farmer's market, and I did a lot of work there back in the day and talked about it a lot. And I'd like to talk about it some more on later streams. So, yes, we do. It's a really cool, yeah, sink water. Why can't Masons drink from sink water? Sink water is delicious. No worries, Jeremy. If you can't remember, it's easy because it's the name squareandcompass.ca. That's all it is. Squareandcompass.ca. Is it just because of where you live? I mean, I'm grateful for our water here in Canada. I mean, I shouldn't say that everywhere. There's reserves where their water is really terrible, unfortunately, but they're working on it. But I'm lucky to live in a city with a great infrastructure. I love Windsor. It's an awesome place. And yeah, what I mean, it seems like a small thing, but it's not. Like, so many people out there just don't have good water that you should be proud of it when you have it. And great, not even proud, just grateful for it. Grateful for the opportunity to have fresh water. Foreign Kate, welcome. Thank you for being here. Sometimes lodges will help brethren. They didn't help me with this one, but yeah, at times they will. That's for sure. And I'm grateful for all the help that they provided me over the years. Genuinely grateful for it. You don't want to go down that, which rabbit hole? Oh, water? I mean, like I said, I'm grateful for my tap water. I'm not one of those people who believes in the conspiracies. Put all the chemicals you want in my water. I don't give a shit. So long as I can drink it from the tap, my teeth don't fall out, I'm happy. Ah, it sucks, P7. I'm sorry about that. Is it an issue with the city or the municipality not doing enough, or is it like well contamination or whatever it is that sucks? Only drink bottles. Ever heard of Abbott? I haven't. Is that in Canada? It sounds like a town. Sink water is wonderful. It's everywhere. One of the biggest pharmaceutical companies. Ah, that sucks. I mean, first of all, I hate pollution. I mean, I understand that pollution is in some ways a byproduct of factories, whatever it just is what it is. The frustration, though, is it never seems like these companies get charged for the pollution or for the cleanup. That always gets passed on to taxpayers. There should be a rule like if you pollute something, you have to pay to clean it up, and you're not allowed to increase the cost of your. You're not allowed to pay. You're not allowed to jack up your prices to cover the cost of that. It has to come from a separate fund of some sort, in my oh so humble opinion. Oh, Ricochet beat Chris Jericho. Yeah, that still sucks. So you say you're on Lake Michigan. Where and like which side of the Michigan? The Canada side or the American side? I'm trying to think which one is Lake Michigan again. I'm not very good at geography, to be perfectly frank. Actually, you know what? Let's just have some fun. I love this question. It's fascinating to me that it's 50-50. I think that's really crazy. But let's talk about a different question just for fun. Who will win? Kenny, Omega, MJF. If you know, you know. I'm a big fan of professional wrestling. We can't always just be talking about Freemasonry, so let's ask this question. Who will win, Kenny Omega or MJF? I don't know if the match is even started yet, but I think it'll be soon. Chicagoland. I love Chicago. Greatest. So yeah, Lake Michigan is Chicago, right? Like, let me double check. Lake Michigan is between Illinois and Michigan. I mean, I must have passed by that lake hundreds, literally hundreds of times. So it's AEW, All Elite Wrestling, Wrestling Dynasty. I'll just say MJF because he's better than you and you know it. That's his line for the record. So, and I'm not going to do a humble brag here and say I grew up with Kenny Omega, but I grew up with Kenny Omega. Okay, well, that's embarrassing. As someone who loves Chicago, I should have realized. But I have seen that lake hundreds of times because I've been to Chicago hundreds of times. Um, and yeah, I grew up with Kenny Omega for the record. We used to wrestle in his basement back in Winnipeg. Kenny Omega, MJF, 50-50. That's interesting. That's 50-50. Because that was the last poll question I did. And I thought it was really cool the fact that the idea of does Freemasonry deserve to live or not was split, deserve to continue was split 50-50. I kind of find that fascinating. Um, I mean, it's interesting. We got 60 watch time hours, basically 4 hours in. I remember we used to do 24-hour streams. I would not have this much at the 24-hour mark. So you're not into the new wrestling. Who was your favorite wrestler, B710? If you had to pick a favorite wrestler. Stinger. Okay, so WCW fan. All right, that's very cool. So what was your favorite match? Oh, John Cena is my favorite wrestler. In fact, this tattoo, which says the next one, it was in honor of John Cena because he would always famously say when people asked him his favorite match, he would say the next one, which I really liked as an answer. So now, whenever people ask me my favorite Masonic memory or moment, I always say the next one. DX, I'm not going to say the thing that DX says because they will always, I might get demonetized, but I got two words for you. And I'm sure you know what those two words are. If you are new to the stream, please don't forget to hit that like button and that subscribe button and let me know what your thoughts are on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear it. And thank you all for being here so far. We got over 1,000 viewers, which is awesome. We don't, on this stream in 4 hours, so that's really, really cool. And it's much, much appreciated. Ryan, I'm glad. I'm happy for you. I don't know if you saw my stream earlier when I was getting quite upset about Freemasonry. I still have a lot of anger towards Freemasonry, but also I agree. It's one of those things that's both wonderful and terrible all at the same time. What is it that you would say has made Freemasonry so wonderful for you to be a part of? Trying to get this to be set up a little bit better. Well, if you send me some seeds, I will absolutely get some of those plants. But I will go to the market. I mean, I've actually, Jeremy, posted clips of our farmers market here in the past and did interviews about the farmers market. Um, if I get the chance, maybe I will share them with you. And Jeremy, I hope you'll consider becoming a Patreon member. Super chat, hitting like, hitting subscribe, all that good jazz would be really, really appreciated. Even some of those gifts would be much appreciated. Darby Allin, looks like Darby Allin had a great match. I would love to see Darby Allin versus Kenny Omega. I'm a huge Darby Allin fan, for the record. I think Darby Allin is very underappreciated. I think he's pretty incredible. We're still hanging out. We're still waiting to see who joins. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. Support me on Patreon, super chats, gifts. That stuff helps out big time, believe me. Hello, Uncle Cracker. Oh man, that's a tough one to fit in a message, but there's quite a few things. The accountability it gives me to people other than myself, the fellowship, the constant push to be the best version of myself I can possibly be. Big into the shrine, good for you, and it's given me a reason to learn a new instrument because I'm a member of the oldest shrine affiliated bagpipe and drum band in what is that, Ryan? And would you ever want to be on the podcast to discuss it? Because I did not know that. Vac life. My dad did not sell his soul. Neither did I. Be nice to my dad. He's good people. Uncle Cracker, how's it going? Freemasonry is not demonic, and I am not demonic. So you're 0 for 2. It's the um, Alhambra Highlander Bagpipe Drum and Band in Chattanooga. I would love to check that out. If you ever want to get in touch with me and be on the podcast, shoot me off a message. Squareandcompass.ca. And message me, and maybe I can get you on the podcast to talk about the bagpipe and drum band. The fact you say it's the biggest in the world, I'd love to learn more about it because it's something I know nothing about. So we can check it. I could maybe my whole audience could learn more about it. Oh, Bandito enters the gauntlet. So they're doing the gauntlet match right now, for the record. The key word is both of our schedules. It's tough. And don't get me wrong, people are so busy. I 100% get it if we can't. But nonetheless, shoot me off an email and let me know if you can. And if you can, I'd love to see you. Please, in the meantime, don't forget to hit like. If you're already subscribed, make sure you have the notification bell turned on. And consider a super chat, just $2, and you'll get a text to speech option. Oh, Speedball Mike Bailey is in AEW. Well, he was, but he's in the gauntlet. What would you say is the part of Freemasonry that you struggle with the most? I say that as somebody who, believe me, spent a whole stream, the first 2 hours of the stream, basically talking about everything that I find difficult about Freemasonry. So if you have something that you find challenging, let me know. If you don't, I completely understand that as well. No, pack is entry 6. I mean, if you guys help me get some more money, then I could take some women on dates. But first, I need the money to afford the food. So help me out with that. How about? And I'm too busy out here streaming, trying to turn this profession or this desire to be a professional into an actual profession, which I'm still working on. But please hit like, please hit subscribe. I would be truly grateful. And thank you all for being here. So far, we're just going to keep waiting to see who joins. I have no specific topics at this point. It's just hanging out, chatting, saying hello. Hope you're all doing well, and thank you for being here. No one would want me. I'm selfish. Oh, well, so much for you telling me to go find a woman. The hardest for me is the fact that if you're supposed to be to help with anything, yes, Ryan, and that goes to what I was talking about before. Burnout is very real. I'm going through Masonic burnout. And I've been quite vocal about it earlier on the stream and quite angry. It's absolutely the case where there are fewer and fewer Masons being asked to do greater and greater amount of work. We're exhausting as a consequence of that. And other Masons are not stepping up to help out, hiding behind work and family as an excuse. And the rest of us are dying as a consequence of it. You know, we want to help out. We want to make the lodge better. We want to show up. But we don't want to do it alone, and we don't want to do it without support, and we don't want to do it at the expense or in consequence of others forcing us to because they don't want to do it. Showing up to lodge because you want to is a good thing. Showing up to lodge because you're exhausted, but you want to get the quorum is something different. I would wheel. I would wheel, and she would walk next to me. That's right. I say you can all the ladies for me. Actually, the reason I've said this before, but I have this big ugly nose, and I'm kind of ugly. The reason that God gave me this big nose and made me ugly um, is because if I was any more handsome, I would not leave any women for the rest of you. So yeah, no, it's really hard. I said, on our Grand Lodges are not helping the matter at all. They're kind of being cowards about it. I've said this before. They claim to want to support the Masons, but they really support the Masons who don't show up. Because there's no, there's nothing that can be done. There's no excuse that they won't accept. There's no reason they can't show up. You're not even allowed to question why they're not showing up. But meanwhile, the Masons who show up every week, who are fighting tooth and nail to keep these lodges going, um, we're not, we get ignored. We get told to do more work. We get told to do more. We get told to make the lodge a more inviting place. We get told to make the lodge more special. While at the same time, the ones who never show up are not told to do anything. It's cruel. It breeds resentment. How could it not? Um, Oof, good for you, Ryan. And also, congratulations on not smoking or quitting smoking. You said it's been what, two? You didn't say, I'm back in the gym after. Good for you. How's it feel being back in the gym after quitting smoking? Do you find that you're able to work a lot harder, or you don't get tired as quick, or how's it feel? But you should be proud of yourself. Good for you. We're just gonna keep hanging out, waiting to see who joins. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. It's 15 years of young damage. That is the perfect answer, Ryan, especially that last little bit, but it's only going to get better. It is only going to get better, and you should be proud of the work you're doing and keep it up. And goes into Highland Games in 2027. So you got about a year. When do the Highland Games start? And what's the process like for that? Do you, when you say, like, is there a qualifying round and then a final or the regional qualifiers? So, Jeremy, if you want to get 5 commemorative coins sent your way from around the world, now I gotta find it. All you need to do is send me a $10 super chat or become a Patreon member and then send me an email with your contact info and you'll get the coins sent to you. They're coins from all of my travels. Um, just kind of an interesting thing, something different to do. Thought it might be kind of fun. How do I know I'm a Mason? I know I'm a Mason because I have a dues card in my pocket. I know there's an actual answer to that. It's the first degree um, proving, but I'm not going to answer it here. That's for somebody to join and find out. Good for you, Gooey. So the Highland Games are year round. It's just part of Scottish festival. Most places where high concentration. Some people don't believe I'm a Mason, which honestly I'm not as opposed to that as others because like you want to be skeptical. You want to have a certain level of skepticism about anything on the internet. I just say check out my videos, rely on my experiences and the answers, and use your best judgment. I've also shown my dues cards on the stream in the past, so. Consider yourself. I mean, I wouldn't say a character evaluation. That's an interesting way to put it. Like there's an application process, and during the application process, the guys are getting to know you, right? That's kind of the whole point. They get to know you, they get to know who you are and how you're doing and why you want to join and your past, things you're comfortable talking about. A big part of that means they're going to get to know and understand your character. They may request a criminal record check, they may not. It depends on the jurisdiction. But either way, they will. they are getting to know you, and part of that getting to know you is to determine whether you are of a good character. Not, the best character in the world, because that's impossible, not the greatest person to ever live or anything like that, but is generally of good character. It's not, again, there's not like a specific section of the application called, "Are you of good character?" It's rather the type of thing where you just kind of learn, get to know a guy, and you go from there. But there may be a criminal record check, which is more of a direct character examination. Nice. So how many of the events would you do? Do you do them all? Do you join a couple? We're all still being evaluated, for the record. We are all still being evaluated. So I guess act accordingly. But yeah, evaluation, we're all still dealing with it. We're all still being evaluated. Um, you can do as many or as few as you want. How many do you think you would do? Would you try to do them all, or is there a maximum number or minimum number? I think one of the things we know in life is that we are always being evaluated. Hey, we're always being tested, and we're always going to fall short, but that doesn't mean we don't try our best. Um, Being willing to accept the fact that you will fall short of perfection if that's your goal, but still trying to get there is something we should all be grateful for. That we have the opportunity to try is what I mean, right? Being here means we have the opportunity to try to be better than we were yesterday, and that's a pretty beautiful thing, genuinely. Not trying to be Hallmark Christmas movie-ish, but yeah. We're still just hanging out, waiting to see who joins. No specific topics. Now we're just at the hangout fun phase. I got my angry rant out, so now it's just relaxing. Though I do hope you'll hit like and subscribe, and I do hope you will consider a super chat. Haven't got any super chats yet, so even 99 cents would be cool. It helps with engagement. But life is always a test. Why is the president of the United States knocking the Pope? Well, that's an interesting situation. I just wish we had normal, not crazy news. I mean, that is incredibly kind of you. Now, you are able to get some of those coins. If you want to get in touch with me, um, through my website and send me your address, I will send you.
How about $10, brother? It's within my cable tow.
I will send you some of these commemorative coins because the deal was $10 super chat or Patreon membership. By the way, you can also become a Patreon member completely for free. Do you mean for the lodges? The lodges have primarily dues. Now, they can also fundraise and hold events and hold celebrations, but primarily the way they work it is through dues. They're meant to be self funded. That's very kind, but maybe one day you'll visit us in Windsor and I'll get it to you then. Um, and like I said, don't forget as well, become a Patreon member. You can become one completely for free. You don't have to pay anything, and that helps out big time. It's patreon.com/square and compass. Right, and some lodges also they make money through their buildings, which rent out space for different things. There you go. I will use that $10 to get my plants. You're supposed to send me seeds, good sir. You're supposed to send me seeds. But you're not wrong. With these new no de minimis rules, believe me, it's a pain in the butt. But we're working on it. Oh, I think, let's see. Are they at the main event yet? I'm sure they do. I've seen it. It looks beautiful. I'm sure that they do. Um, as they should, right? So does many Grand Lodge buildings and many lodge buildings as well. Oh, Harley Cameron defeated Bridget Coase. I'm trying to see when the actual AEW match starts. Ryan, that sounds about right. I'm a member of 5 Masonic lodges plus Scottish Rite New York. Scottish Rite, but I paid my life membership for Scottish Rite. So I pay 5 sets of dues: 3 in Windsor, 1 in Israel, and 1 in Texas. My camera's always moving and getting very annoyed with. I got to get a better system because the reason it moves so much is because of the charger. Yeah, no, I mean, and that's another thing that causes burnout is guys are basically paying for the right to volunteer, which is a very interesting approach. It's a very interesting way to run it, right? The idea of paying to volunteer for something. But nonetheless, it is. I am a member of Tranquility Lodge 2000 and proud of it. I've actually been talking about it. I've been signing into a few meetings as Tranquility Lodge because uh, of the Artemis 2 space mission, which hopefully will allow Freemasonry to return to the moon, which I think would be incredible. Um, no integrity install, but that's awesome. When did you send the email, if you don't mind my asking? Um, because what I would say is if you don't hear back in 3 weeks, send another email. Give them a chance to get to it. But if they're really busy, if they're really exhausted, if the secretary's working his butt off, he may be a little bit too busy to see it right away because he has his own life outside of the lodge as well. So, oh, well, that's awesome integrity install. And I'm grateful for that. And I'm proud of that. And I hope that you enjoyed the stream and you're welcome. So 3 weeks. Look, I've been a secretary and I've fallen for not fallen, that's not the right term, but I've, missed emails and forgot about emails because I've just been so busy. It happens to everybody, but that's okay. Give them 3 weeks. If no response, send another email. And then if you hear no response after that, give them a phone call. But you should hear something back within 3 weeks. I would think. Just depends again how busy the secretary is. Um, you're welcome. And integrity. If you want to support the channel, hit that like button. Consider a super chat, or just consider joining my Patreon completely for free. You don't have to pay anything. It's patreon.com/square and compass. Patreon.com/square and compass. You're full. Like you ate a lot? Yep, without a doubt, Ryan. And I've done that hundreds of times. And every time I've been grateful. One of my favorite Masonic stories, I've talked about this before, is I went to Bogota, Colombia, and I flew from Colombia to Chicago because it was cheaper to fly to Chicago and take a bus back to Canada. And I arrived first thing in the morning into Chicago on a freezing cold day, and I had 10 hours to kill to get from, before my bus left. And I was very, very broke. So, because had a lot of fun in Chicago, maybe a bit too much fun. Now, or sorry, in Bogota, Colombia. So I'm thinking, well, do I spend the 10 hours in the airport? At least it's warm, but also expensive, and I was starving, and I didn't have really any money for food. Or do I try to track down a Masonic lodge in my area around the airport and go see them? And luckily, I'm very familiar with Chicago, including the airport, including the Blue Line. And I knew that Glenview Masonic Temple, I knew how to get there using public transit. So I grabbed the Blue Line bus. So I grabbed the Blue Line L to Jefferson, grabbed the bus, ended up hitting up the the Glenview Masonic Temple, where Morton Grove Lodge was having a uh, meeting night, a work event. What's it called? Like Lodge of Instruction. Um, and they brought me in. They fed me. They gave me some coffee, some donuts, some delicious beef sandwiches. Chicago. I got a lot of great food. It was absolutely delicious. I got to spend time with them, spend time with my brothers, and then. mm, Excuse me. And then catch the bus back to Canada. If I didn't have that opportunity, if I didn't have those brothers, that time would have been very, very different, and not nearly as much fun. So, I'm grateful that I had the opportunity to do that. And there's been many examples in my life of that. So please hit like, please hit subscribe. I'm grateful that you all are here. I hope you're doing well. And let's just keep hanging out. Hanging out. We are, um, yeah, it was called something different, but it was a Lodge of Instruction. I just can't think of the name of it, but it was the same idea as a Lodge of Instruction. Um, it was really fun, and I was grateful. Um, yes, and they've hooked me up with many meals. One of my favorite things has been traveling and getting hooked up with meals. It's been really, really special. And it reminds you of the brotherhood of Freemasonry and how important it is. Oops, something happened there. You're not wrong. There is something very, ancient medieval times. Food is, coming to a lodge and being fed. That is really cool. Well, so a Grand Lodge, actually, these are really interesting terms. Yeah, it really does. So a Grand Lodge is the governing body responsible for Freemasonry within an area. So let's say, I don't know where you live, Integrity, but let's say you lived in Tennessee, the state of Tennessee. You would join a local lodge, maybe Nashville Lodge number one, but you would be under the jurisdiction of the Grand Lodge in Tennessee. Their authority starts and ends in Tennessee. If you then went to, Texas, you'd be under a different Grand Lodge's jurisdiction. Um, Lodges of instructions, or whatever they're called, they're basically opportunities to teach Masons about proper etiquette and practice as it relates to how to put on a degree, how to organize something, how to engage the proper way in a lodge, all that good stuff. And so it's basically just like schoolwork in some ways if you think about it. And yes, nobody joined Freemasonry necessarily for schoolwork, but you know, it's important. So there you go. No worries, Integrity. I hope what I explained made sense. And like I said, if anybody wants to be cool and consider a super chat, just 99 cents or $10, but just 99 cents helps out big time. Well, I mean, Ryan, a lot of places, like Canada doesn't have a National Grand Lodge. Mexico has a few different types of National Grand Lodges, I think. Um, in Europe, though, it's more of a country by country thing, yeah. No worries, the Waits experience. You just being here helps out a lot. Do some of those hearts. And by the way, the Waits experience, even if you're broke, you can still become a Patreon member. Patreon.com/square and compass. I'm actually on my other channel right now, my other account, but I'll leave it in the link. Oops. Patreon.com/square and compass. I don't know if you guys can see that there, or did it not go through? Oops, no. Well, it's interesting, Ryan. There's kind of a funny story behind it. So I'm a Freemason in Ontario, and let me know if you guys can see that. Patreon.com/square and compass. And its jurisdiction starts and ends in Ontario, but yet it's called the Grand Lodge of Canada in the province of Ontario. The reason it's called that is because uh, back in the day, before there was such a thing as Canada, there was Upper Canada and Lower Canada. Ontario is Upper Canada, but we were called Upper Canada Masons. Eventually, when we became Ontario, we kept the Canada part, just added in Ontario, which kind of makes us jerks, and other provinces think we're jerks. It'd be like if, the Texas Grand Lodge was called the Grand Lodge of America in Texas. People would be quite confused by that. So, um, but no, Canadian lodges fall under their own provincial jurisdictions. Um, right? So, meaning, if you are living in Manitoba, you're under the Grand Lodge of Manitoba. If you're living in, I don't know, Saskatchewan, you're under the Grand Lodge of Saskatchewan. But honestly, nobody wants to live in Saskatchewan, believe me. That sounds like a horrible way to live. Yeah, this peanut butter and jelly hot chocolate. I mean, peanut butter and chocolate is good. Chocolate and I mean, PB&J. I could imagine a hot chocolate flavoring like that being pretty good. I would take Quebec over. I would take Quebec over Saskatchewan, as any self-respecting Canadian would. You'd have to be crazy not to. Ah, French are good people. Better than Quebec people. Welcome. If you're just joining us, please take a moment, hit that like button, and the subscribe button. We're here chatting, just hanging out, talking about whatever. If you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, please let me know. Positive, negative, or neutral. AEW Dynasty is happening right now, hence the Kenny Omega Kenny Omega MJF question. I do like milkshakes a lot. I find a milkshake's a really good meal if you're hungry and you just want to get something quick. Savage. Who's flipping whom? And who belongs to whom? Do you ever have... I hate custards. I think they're gross. I also don't know what a pole flip is. Oh, Kevin Knight wins TNT title at AEW Dynasty 2026. Welcome. I hope you guys are doing well. Please hit that like button and that subscribe button. And let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry. Positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them. 5 a.m. does come early. Get yourself to sleep. I will take frozen yogurt. Oh, Savage, you mean the North and South Pole are flipping? I've heard that's supposed to happen at some point. I don't know when. I don't know if that's going to affect anything or how that's going to affect things. But I'd be really curious to see. Thank you for that integrity. That's very kind of you. Give me 1 second. What's my favorite Freemason joke? That's a great question. And I'll give you the answer in 2 seconds. Or I'll give you the question in 2 seconds. How many Masons does it take to change a light bulb? Anybody know the answer? Anybody want to guess the answer? How many Masons does it take to change a light bulb?
At Integrity, install 7,860 number 32 United States dollars.
Thank you for that. The answer is 3 or 20? No. 33? No. The answer is it's a secret. I guess the punchline is it's a secret. I always really like that. Oh, Savage. Savage is mad at that one. He has the fish emoji with the eyes. That's fine. I think it's great. I think it's great. How many fuses in a light bulb? Three. One to screw light bulb, the other two. Oh, elite with the jokes. Yes, it is a society with secrets, not a secret society. I'm not even a big fan of that. I just call it a private club, right? Which has public facing components to it, and we're grateful for those. But there's private elements to it, that's all, right? And many groups have these private elements. It's one of the coolest parts about Freemasonry. Whoops. My phone is still buzzing. That's okay. Oops. Sorry about that as well. Shabbat Shalom. Hello. Thank you for being here. Please hit like and subscribe. I mean, there are benefits. A lot of those benefits accrue outside of Freemasonry. Absolutely. Okay, what's the answer? How many Masons does it take to change a light bulb? And can you please hit the like and subscribe button to everybody watching this? I would be truly, truly appreciative. We're going to just keep hanging out, wait to see who else joins. As always, please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I hope everybody's doing well. Mason corporate events. I don't think that's true at all. I think they're exclusive to anybody who'd be a Mason, but there's not really a Masonic corporate events. Like, I wouldn't use that term to describe what Freemasons do. They're not a corporation. We're not a business per se. We have our financial things or whatever it is. Most lodges are self-funded, but there is, we're not a corporation. Usually, most lodges I find in my general experience or grand lodges are under not-for-profit status. Depends. There are Masonic charitable organizations as well. The one thing I'll say is there's no Masonic organization of which I'm aware that has ever been registered as a religion, nor should there be. None. They know where to find the light. Oh, look at Jeremy with the jokes. Not bad. Not bad. I'll give him a couple points for that. We're just going to keep hanging out and wait to see who joins. As always, any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear it. Don't give me an airhead, bub, lol, but thanks, lol. Don't give you an air. I don't know what airhead means, but it's good to have you here. It's good to have the joke. I liked it. I thought it was pretty funny myself. No worries, integrity. Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow around 1 p.m. Eastern. Whenever I give times, it's always Eastern. I'm different. Oh well. We're all different. That's what makes us cool. If we're all the same, life would be pretty boring. Again, not to sound super Hallmark cheesy, but thank you, Integrity. And I thought it was awesome you sent that email. We'll see what happens. We're going to give it a bit more time, wait to see who joins. As always, I hope everybody's having a great night. Please hit that like button and that subscribe button. Have we came up? Well, I'll need a bit more money, but maybe one day we'll get to buy one. Who knows? We'll see. Still going. I mean, I figured why not? I'm not tired yet, so we'll just keep hanging out. Don't forget, hit like, hit subscribe, Patreon. I will say also, I've been noticing an uptick in my Podbean. I don't really post on there anymore, but I have some old episodes and people have been checking them out, so that's really cool. You can find me there as well. And I appreciate people tracking me down wherever it is they can or however it is that they can. It's much appreciated. No, no, not mad at that at all. Wherever it is that you find me, I appreciate the fact that you do. I'm almost at 7,000 all-time downloads there, so that'd be really cool. It'd be fun to get up to 10,000. Anything can happen. The question is, will it happen? But if you just keep working, putting time in, putting effort in, keep grinding away, anything's possible. At least that's always been my experience. And people don't know how many incredible things there are that we can do. Again, not to sound too Hallmark. And for the time being, we're just going to wait to see who jumps in to say hello. I'm just kind of curious to see where they're at right now with the show, with AEW Dynasty. Right now, just hanging out, not really thinking. I mean, I never think about anything. Mostly just waiting for questions in the chat that I'll do my best to answer. Talking to people, thinking about what I got planned for tomorrow, which is I got some meetings to run, maybe some interesting different types of streaming. Since I have a meeting, I probably won't be able to be back home for 1 p.m., excuse me. But I have a few ideas of what I could do instead, so we shall see. And waiting to see who else jumps on the chat to say hello. We're going to wait till you jumps on. Please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. Thank you so much for being here. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear it. Just going to keep hanging out, waiting to see who joins. Please hit like, hit subscribe. Well, I mean, um, if the Grand Lodge system became defunct, like, I need to know what you mean by that. So if, let's say, the Grand Lodge ceased to exist, but the lodges continued and each just kind of acted under your own authority, it'd be very interesting. In some ways, it'd be better. In some ways, it'd be worse. But you would kind of have to leave it up to each lodge to set its own recognition standards and then enforce them as they see fit. So your career wouldn't change. If anything, you might have more opportunities to visit different places you could otherwise not. If you mean the Grand Lodge system went defunct, as in, um, like it kicked out the lodge from the system, that get a lot more complicated. Um, like if your local lodge was an independent system, in some ways it'd be better. You'd have more opportunities for visit with different groups. You'd have less paperwork. You'd have less pains in the ass to fill out. You could focus more on the enjoyment of Freemasonry and a lot less on the legalism that Grand Lodges have kind of sunk into as a way to avoid the fact they don't know how to fix the problems that they're currently facing. It would become more about brotherhood and less about it would become more about brotherhood, less about administration, more about fraternity, less about paperwork. On the other hand, though, it would be a lot more messy because without any way to recognize a formal, legitimate lodge, it leaves you much more open to scammers. Also, you're going to be much less likely to have well run, let's say, buildings, well run organizations, whatever it might be, because you're not going to have the paperwork requirements. Like Grand Lodge forces you to keep on your toes about insurance requirements, insurance docs, things like that. So, I mean, even if you're still good, if you visit another lodge and they are kind of way behind on it and you don't have any way to deal with it, you could be a danger. So it's hard to say. I mean, I can see it being a positive though. Certainly, it would give lodges more freedoms to decide how they want to do things and do their best to do them that way. It would be, I mean, like everything else, it's, of course, when you when you are dealing with an issue, your natural assumption is, the getting rid of the issue would just solve everything. So when you're pissed off at a Grand Lodge, of course you imagine how much better it'd be without the Grand Lodge. But be careful what you wish for, because very often there are things outside of a Grand Lodge that if you lose it, you're not going to get it back. So it's tough to say. Well, it overcomplicates situations. It very often changes the the like nobody joined Freemasonry to hear the minutes. Nobody joined Freemasonry to comply with Section 285, subsection 3 of the Constitution. But you do have to. But if you join Freemasonry not for that, and you're dealing with it, sooner or later you're going to find yourself somewhere else. We're just going to keep hanging out, wait to see who joins. Bureaucracy is a funny thing. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, let me know. Consider one of those gifts, get me some of those jewels. Send me the number 67. But I hope everybody is doing well. I hope everybody's having an excellent day. It's been a fun stream. It's been a lot longer than I thought I would do it for. But why not? It's kind of cool. It's kind of fun. We're at almost 1 whole cent in revenue, so that's fun. We're just going to keep hanging out, queuing to see who joins. No specific talking points, just figured we'd chill out, wait to see who joins. Let me see if we still got, yes, we still got all messages, so that's good. Oops. And we'll just chill out, hang out, wait to see who joins. Oops. No. Thank you for the couple of super chats I've got thus far. $12. It's much appreciated. Any little bit helps. We're just going to keep hanging out, wait to see who joins. Anyone wants to chat about Freemasonry, let me know. If not, no worries. Maybe I'll go till midnight. Who knows? I'll see. These are not the droids you're looking for. Well, I'm a Freemason. I'm not a piece of shit. At least I don't think I am. Some may disagree, but not because I'm a Freemason. And if anybody's gang stalking you, you should contact the police immediately. We are not Satanists either. These are not the droids 1880. So you're wrong about all three of those things. But, you know, it's okay. I mean, these are not the droids. I said they're piece of shit gang stalkers, which, by the way, if anybody's stalking you, contact the police. However, you may also want to seek medical assistance if you're concerned, psychiatric help, whatever it might be. Oh, I think we still got Moxley versus Osprey and MJF versus Omega. And for the time being, we're still just hanging out waiting to see who joins. Don't forget to hit that like button and the subscribe button. I would be most appreciative. Why do you think these are not the droids? That Freemasons are Satanists or gang stalkers? Because I'm assuming what that means is you had some not good experiences with Freemasons, and if you want to tell me more about it, that's great. If not, that's okay too. To everybody watching this, thank you for being here. We're just going to wait and see who jumps on to say hello. I mean, to guard, then what you need to do is contact the police. I assume what you mean is you're being stalked. If you're stalking, you need to turn yourself into the police. But I assume it's the former, not the latter. But don't let that stop you. The most important thing, first and foremost, is that you informed the police and you kept a record. I hope you kept a record of your police report, and I hope that you kept a record of the date and time that you contacted them. And that's the most important thing, is you keep a record, and you talk to the police regularly. I know it can seem tough to deal with these things, but I promise you, you will figure it out. And also maybe if you have to, talk to a doctor about the mental health effects, but just keep the authorities informed. It may not get solved overnight, but it'll get solved. Well, then definitely keep that trail, and like I said, maybe talk to a doctor as well. Well, Catholicism, I mean, gang stalking is probably real. There are gangs and they will stalk people. That's by definition, right? Well, I mean, it's one of those things where I don't necessarily know if it's a delusion, but what I will say is, as always, what matters most is, are you willing to keep in touch with the authorities, the police, and medical professionals as necessary? I need to go to the grab another drink of water because I'm still thirsty. I would suggest not just Tuger, but most people could benefit from seeking a therapist. It's not exclusive to any one person, that's for sure. A lot of us need help. Um, I mean, if you're too thirsty or it's getting difficult, talk to a doctor. But yeah, I mean, I like to drink a lot of water. It's good for you. And that's one thing I've been getting better at. My biggest issue for years was, well, two biggest issues. I didn't eat well. I didn't drink enough water. So the fact that I'm now doing both is good. I think it's actually a sign of maybe being diabetic, but I'm not going to say I know for sure. Don't seek medical advice from me. Absolutely not. But rather, if you are concerned about excessive thirst, talk to a doctor. And it's not medically anything, but please hit like, please hit subscribe. I would be very grateful for that. Well, you need to send me some of those seeds. But yes, I do want to get. I think it'd be kind of fun to grow some. I never really take advantage of my balcony. It's a real shame the fact that I have this balcony. It's absolutely beautiful, and I never take advantage of it to grow things, to check things out, whatever it might be. So it's really unfortunate. Well, yeah, herbs, vegetables. I mean, there's enough space. It's really cool. It's dark out, so no. But I've shown you the view from it before. But maybe on another stream I will. Or else what? I don't think you know how it works. I don't think you can back up that threat. I mean, yeah, I think I like to take care of things. I got a cat. The cat's still alive. Although, in fairness, the cat, if I forget to feed the cat, um, the cat will let me know quite quickly and quite angrily. Plants, not so much. They're not loud enough, so I need to kind of focus on remembering myself. That's awesome. Some people have cats like that where they're just eating, they're just hunting. That's really cool. So, I mean, cats are really cool. I love cats. I like cats more than dogs. Um, I love dogs too. I love animals. I love animals more than people, to be honest. But yeah, I love cats and dogs. But I think I like cats as pets better because they're more chill. They're more relaxed. Um, 'What's your cat's name? Mine is Bandit. Actually, interesting. Yesterday was the International Day of Human Spaceflight. I should talk about that tomorrow on the stream. 'Kitty, that's a good name. That's a good name for a cat. Keep it simple. Why not? Don't complicate things. Keep it simple. I support that. How old is Kitty? 5. Cool. My bandit is 11, 12. It's crazy to think it's that long. Time absolutely flies, believe me. If you're not done so yet and you're just joining the stream, please hit like and subscribe. You cannot smell a fart through a phone. So if you think somebody farted, it was almost certainly you. But nonetheless, thank you for being here. Please hit that like button. Please hit that subscribe button. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, please let me know. Saw me lift up. Maybe I was just readjusting. Maybe I was just readjusting. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. What you should do is hit the like button and the subscribe button, chosen one, and consider a super chat. It's fine, chosen. It's fine, Catholicism. You gotta come down a little bit. I can take it in good fun. Nice. Tell the deer I say hello. When I visited Chicago a few times, I took pictures of the deer there. I thought they were awesome and beautiful. So I like animals, including deer. Don't scare it, obviously, but I hope it's happy. And we're just going to keep hanging out, waiting to see who joins. Anybody wants to hang out, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Hope you guys are all doing well. Nice. How many deer do you usually get? Hanging on listening is awesome. And I'm grateful for everybody who's here hanging out with me. Thank you, CF320. Mark Wahlberg is a handsome fellow. So if you think I'm handsome, then, or you think I'm Mark Wahlberg, then I much appreciate it. And we're just going to keep on hanging out. Thank you, CF. Most people say I'm ugly. So I'll take being handsome. Please take a moment, hit that like button and that subscribe button in the meantime. And let me know any thoughts you have on Freemasonry. I don't know if you know, this is wrestling fans, but he does that poll question about wrestling just because we got Kenny Omega versus MJF, so that'd be kind of cool. Do something different.